Good afternoon, everybody. If I could ask folks to start quieting down, welcome. I would like to call to order this San Jose City Council meeting for the afternoon of June 11th. Tony, would you please call the roll?
Jimenez.
Present.
Torres.
Present.
Cohen.
Here.
Ortiz.
Present.
Davis.
Here.
Dwan.
Here.
Candelas.
Here.
Foley.
Here.
Batra.
Present.
Kamei.
Here.
Mahan.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, now if you're able, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Today's invocation will be given by Mark Ishikawa, Blue Zone's Vice President of Operations, and Councilmember Davis will tell us more.
Thank you. Mark Ishikawa is the Vice President of Operations for Community Transformations at Blue Zones. Mark joined Blue Zones in 2021 and has successfully completed various Blue Zones projects during his tenure, and we didn't know the number, uncountable. He is currently helping us launch a Blue Zones project in San Jose, and he is also a South Bay native. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilmember Davis, for the generous invitation to participate in today's invocation. It's been a pleasure for Blue Zones to partner with you and your colleagues over the past few months. I'm truly grateful for the opportunity to be back in a project that brings me home to the South Bay, and it really is good to be home, so thank you. Okinawans call it ikigai, meaning your reason for being. Costa Ricans call it your plan de vida, which equates to the reason I wake up every morning. But whatever you call it, having a sense of purpose in life plays a vital role in your health and well-being outcomes. In fact, researchers have concluded that knowing and living your life's purpose can add up to 7 years of life expectancy. And of course, the inverse applies as well. In the Journal of American Medicine, 7,000 adults over the age of 50 were studied. The participants were asked to rate their life purpose, and then were assigned a life purpose score based on those responses. 5 years later, the researchers follow up with those same participants, and the results were stunning. The individuals with the lowest life purpose scores had a 2 times higher rate of death between that 5-year gap than those with the highest life purpose scores. Purpose matters. Purpose matters. That's why when our group of 10 Blue Zones national team members came into San Jose last week for our discovery and assessment session, the one thing we were fascinated in finding out is why San Jose, across the board, had such high life expectancies. With the average life expectancy across the US coming in around 77 years old, our research shows that in San Jose, not one zip code in the city of San Jose came in with a lower life expectancy than 80.1 years. And that number went up as high as 85.2 years in some zip codes. So as we dove into the communities last week of Mayfair and Seven Trees, despite having some of the lowest overall well-being scores, here's what we found in those communities. There's an incredible sense of purpose, driven by courage, rooted deeply in hope. Purpose, courage, hope. You can't have one without the others, and the Mayfair and Seven Trees communities certainly exhibited those attributes. Our initial conclusion is that the people of East San Jose possess the purpose, courage, and hope, which is what drives them to longer lives. Yes, they acknowledge that their community faces deep disparities. Yes, they acknowledge that the realities of today are challenging, but they have the courage to see the hope beyond the realities of today and into a better and brighter tomorrow. Hope is the goal, courage is the fuel, and purpose is the vehicle that drives communities forward each and every day. Purpose matters. Courage matters. Hope matters. And as the leaders of this great city of San Jose, I commend you as well for living with Ikigai, a plan de vida for serving with purpose. You are all here because you have hope and the belief that the best days of San Jose are still ahead of us. Our leaders had the courage to step forward in these very vulnerable public-facing roles, and now they live each day with purpose to see that hope become a reality. But as our leaders face these challenges and opportunities ahead, know that you are not in this work alone. There are communities and individuals all across this great city waking up each day with the same purpose, to face the challenges of today so they can achieve the hopes of tomorrow. This is the collective power that lies within these city limits. San Jose is a purpose-driven city. San Jose is a courageous city. San Jose is a city full of hope, and that is a powerful, transformational combination. So in case you're wondering, after a wonderful visit to San Jose, our Blue Zones team left the city last week with a greater understanding of the purpose and the power that exists in the communities like Mayfair, and Seven Trees. We saw it in the way that they care for, love, protect, and inspire each other. And we saw that same purpose in the walls, within the walls and halls of this building and City Hall, as the leaders are stepping up with courage to lead the way to a brighter tomorrow. And as our team left, we left with a great sense of optimism that the best days of San Jose are not behind us, but ahead of us. And if this work can be done together, side by side, hand in hand, we truly believe that hope will become a reality through the collective courage and purpose of its people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that beautiful reflection on your experience here in San Jose. Thanks again to Councilmember Davis for helping us engage with the Blue Zones Initiative, and look forward to continuing our collaboration. We're going to be moving on to ceremonial items. Councilmember Torres, if you would join me at the podium, we will recognize and proclaim June 11th as Arbor Day in San Jose.
Good afternoon, everyone. First celebrated in a small Nebraska town in 1872, a young Sterling Morton had a deep passion for honoring his loved ones that had passed and wanted to honor them in an environmentally sound and conscious way. Mr. Morton would be able to bring the community together and plant over 1 million trees, therefore creating Arbor Day. Since then, Arbor Day has grown to be celebrated in over 44 countries, and together have planted over 500 million trees annually. The benefits of planting trees are endless. Trees help cool our cities, trees help provide clean air to our neighborhoods, conserve energy for homes, prevent water pollution, along with countless of other measurable stats. However, trees do one thing for certain that beat every stat. Trees are an investment in current and future communities that protect them from the dangers and future problems that we cannot measure but only predict. It is important to present, for me, this proclamation today because it is one of the catalysts to starting my youth activism in my neighborhood called the Guadalupe, Washington neighborhood. After a fatal drive-by shooting, immediately right after, we planted trees in a way to mourn. And since then, I have been a huge tree hugger. With that, it is an absolute pleasure to proclaim June 11th as Arbor Day here in our city of San Jose, and we have John Risto to explain a little bit more.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm John Risto, Director, Department of Transportation, and Arbor Day is our celebration of our commitment to restoring our urban tree canopy. And I really want to thank Mayor and Council for support and funding for us to really turn the planting and the urban tree canopy around and make it a major effort for us. Both the Department of Transportation and the Department of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. We've been able, with that support, really to get started with replanting the city's trees, and we're doing over 2,000 per year between the two departments. I want to thank John Cicerelli and his department. Also want to thank all the staff that are doing that in both Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services, and Department of Transportation. Some of them are here with me today, or with us, to celebrate Arbor Day. And then lastly, I really want to thank our main partner in all that success, and that's our city forest with Rhonda Berry. Without them, we could not be successful in replanting the city. So I just want to thank Mayor and Council and everyone else. Thank you.
Got it?
All right, thanks, everybody.
Oop, we lifted it.
Appreciate the work you do. Let's all squeeze in for a photo.
Thank you all for your work.
Three, two, one.
Thanks, Councilor Torres. If there's one thing that brings us together, it's trees. I've loved doing some tree plantings with all my colleagues over the last year. We are going to move on to our next ceremonial item. Councilor Candelas and Torres, if you would join me here at the podium, we will recognize and proclaim June 12th as Philippines Independence Day, and we'll have our guests come on down and join us as well. Welcome.
Welcome, come on back here. We can fill in. All right. Mabuhay. Magandang hapon. I am Councilmember Domingo Candelas of District 8, and I am joined by my council colleague, Councilmember Omar Torres, representing District 3. Today we are recognizing June 12th as Philippine Independence Day. On this day 126 years ago, the Philippines gained independence from Spanish rule. Overcoming adversity, the Philippines now stands as a key player in the Asia-Pacific region due to its fast-growing economy. This acknowledgement is important as we honor the courage, determination, and unity of Filipino people in their struggle for civil rights and sovereignty. Their fight extends to the United States, from Filipino immigrants who arrived on Angel Island to labor movements such as the Delano Grape Strike of 1965, to veterans and medical aides who helped American forces during World War II. Filipinos have brought immense social change through their advocacy and resilience. This is a testament to our city's commitment to celebrating diversity and honoring the rich culture that makes San Jose the inclusive place that it is. Like the golden sun on the Philippines flag, San Jose aims to be a guiding light for freedom and opportunity. Now I would like to invite Michelle Amores, who will be representing the Bayanahin PhilAm Foundation and the Filipino American City employees of San Jose, to say a few words before the mayor presents the proclamation. Salamat.
Awesome, thank you. Maraming salamat, our Honorable Mayor Matt Mahan, City Councils, City Manager, and everyone in the audience. Thank you so much for having us here. Yes, the history of the Philippines go way back in time when the Spaniards ruled the island for over 300 years. After years of struggle and brave men fighting for their right, the Act of the Declaration of Independence was prepared and signed with the United States Army, witnessing the proclamation on June 12, 1898. Proudly waving the Philippine flag while marching and singing the national anthem, Lupang Hinirang. It was a remarkable time, symbolizing freedom, remembrance, and moving forward. In San Jose, we are given the opportunity to raise the Philippine flag during Philippine independence every year since the old City Hall. And we thank our city leaders for allowing us to commemorate this special day. With me here are dedicated group of volunteers and Filipino community leaders with the goal to educate, unite, advocate, and honor the history of Philippine independence, as mentioned by our City Council, as well as preserve our cultural heritage, values, and tradition. Mabuhay, ipagdiwang natin ang kaarawan ng kalayaan ng Pilipinas at ipagmalaki ang ating kultura. Long live, let us celebrate the Philippine Independence Day and be proud of our culture. Thank you.
All right, happy Independence Day once again. And now, finally, Councilmember Ortiz, please join me at the podium and we will recognize and proclaim June as Portuguese Heritage Month. And I'll invite our guests to also come down.
And I'll invite Councilmember Torres down because we both share Little Portugal representation in our districts. Yes, of course. It's Omar's day today. Yeah. Please. All right here. All right, we got a line, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. Hello, everyone. I'm Councilmember Peter Ortiz, representing District 5, the beautiful community of the East Side, and Little Portugal. And we're here alongside Councilmember Torres, who also represents the Little Portugal on the Santa Clara Street side. So June is National Portuguese Heritage Month, dedicated to honor the contributions of the Portuguese American community in the United States. San Jose is home to one of the largest Portuguese immigrant communities in the United States, and I'm proud to have the portion of Little Portugal in my district along Alum Rock Avenue. Many Little Portugal residents can trace their heritage to some of the first Portuguese arrivals in California, who came to the state in the 1840s as whalers and as gold rush immigrants. Many came from the Azores Islands, 800 miles out to sea from mainland Portugal. San Jose became home to a proud Portuguese community who overcame prejudice and to contribute to the area politically, socially, and economically. They worked hard in orchards and dairies and brought farming, family, and festa traditions to their new home. Now we can look back to over a century and a half of Portuguese contributions to the city of San Jose's rich culture and history. Leaders in business, culture, faith, education, politics, and more have made their mark on this great city. I'm proud to be standing next to the current generation of leadership of this community to present it with this official proclamation of Portuguese Heritage Month. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Joe Machado, founder of the Portuguese Organization for Social Services and Opportunities, also known as POSO, and the Portuguese Museum, to please say a few words.
Thank you so much. I didn't read my email, so I didn't know I had to make a speech until just a few minutes ago. But one of the things from the first speaker, he said that the average age is 77, here. So yesterday I turned 77. So, and I was also born in San Jose, California. So I'm a child of the dairies, the orchards, and the canneries. So I've been here my entire life. One of the organizations we're most proud of is POSO, the Portuguese Organization for Social Services, which is on East Santa Clara Street. 48 years ago, I came to the City Council with a proposal for some funding. I don't think half of you guys were even born in terms of the City Council people. Anyhow, we made our proposal and we got turned down. Whoa, we were kind of disappointed. But actually, that turned out to be a very good thing. Because then we had to go back to the community, work harder, create more organization opportunities in the community, and we came back 3 years later and made another proposal, and we got accepted. All right. So for the last 45 years, we've had very, very good relationships with the city of San Jose to this very day. And we're very proud of working with the city of San Jose, the Portuguese community, both the community center and the museum. The museum has also had very good organization and support from the city of San Jose. So thank you so very much. And I think all these people back here agree with me that we are committed to making San Jose the great city like your first speaker talked about. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll all group for a picture.
All right, thank you all again. We're moving on to orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing any. Today's meeting will be adjourned in memory of Rick Holden, who passed away on April 10th, 2024. Rick Holden dedicated his life to education, music, technology, and community leadership in San Jose. From teaching English and advocating for teachers' rights to championing the arts, his impact resonates through his diverse roles and passionate pursuits. Councilmember Torres will tell us more.
Great, thank you, Mayor. It is with, if we can have, they got rid of the microphone. Hello. All right. I think you can step forward to the front to say a few words after I say a few words. Thank you. We have Rick Holden's wife here and some other folks, so I'll say my remarks and then I'll kick it off to you. It is with heavy heart we adjourn our meeting today in honor of Rick Holden, whose impact on our community will be felt for generations. San Jose has lost a beloved advocate for the arts, education, and community engagement. Rick Holden was a visionary leader whose contributions have left a lasting mark on our city. As the executive director of the San Jose Leadership Council, Rick inspired countless individuals to get involved and make a difference. His passion for the arts was evident in his role as president of the San Jose Jazz Society Board, his tenure on the San Jose Arts Commission, and his leadership in founding the Friends of Levitt Pavilion. Beyond his professional achievements, Rick was a beloved teacher, union leader, and an early pioneer in personal computing. His enthusiasm for technology and education left a lasting impact on many, Today, as we reflect on Rick Holden's extraordinary life, we remember the personal connections we made and the lives he touched. He is survived by his loving wife, Sandra, his son, Robert, and his grandsons, Owen and Jack. Our hearts go out to his family during this difficult time.
Thank you, Omar and Mayor and all the council members for honoring my husband, Rick. He was an educator first and foremost, and he was an English teacher at Lynbrook High School when Nora Freeman was a student.
Wow.
She was brilliant even then. He was first and foremost an educator and an arts advocate and a community activist. And he loved San Jose from the time he went to San Jose State. He refused to return back to Southern California, and very fittingly, he always said because San Jose had more trees. So I'm very honored to receive this recognition for him. I have been joined by members of the Friends of Levitt because truly, and this is a true story and I will probably cry for it, his biggest regret was that he didn't live long enough to see you all approve the agreement to get a music pavilion in St. James Park. He spearheaded that project as requested by Mayor Liccardo, and the last thing he said to me is, make it happen. So I hope you do. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you for leaving us with Rick's final wishes. I know that's something we'll all continue to work on, and we're very sorry for your loss, truly a loss for our entire community. Rick will certainly be missed. We are going to move on to the closed session report.
Thank you, Mayor. There is not a report out of closed session today.
Okay. Thank you, Nora. All right, next is the consent calendar. Are there any items that the council would like to pull from consent? Do we have a motion? Correct. This is regular consent. Do we have a motion?
Move approval of consent. Second.
Great, thank you. Tony, do we have public comment on the consent calendar?
Yes, Jordan?
Hi, Jordan Moldow, District 3. I wanted to speak on item 2.25, which is about the US 101 Mayberry-Berryessa Highway Interchange project. I wanted to request that the item be removed from consent and deferred to a future meeting so it can receive a robust discussion. Extra millions of dollars should not be allocated to highway projects without staff presenting to the public about the current progress that they've made, the current designs, and about why extra funding is needed. I also think the council should continually reevaluate projects like this that are not in line with our climate commitments. Massive highway projects like this will increase the amount of emissions and make it all that much harder to meet our climate goals. If we want to meet our climate commitments, we need to go all in on transit-oriented development, pedestrian access, bicycle access, and transit. This project will add more emissions, and it'll be hard to make that back. I think the public also deserves to know where the designs are currently leading. I know one of the alternatives is to build an interchange on Taylor Road, which would take away part of Watson Park and drastically change the character of that park. And so I think the public deserves to know whether that is still being considered or not. Thank you.
Back to council.
Okay, thank you. Coming back to the council. Just pausing for a moment. I don't see any hands. Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Tony. We're going to convene the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the city of San Jose. This is item 9.1. And this is for approval of the July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025 administrative budget and annual recognized obligation payment schedule for 2024 to 25. We will go to public comment first.
I have no cards.
Okay, we're coming back to the council for questions or comments or a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Okay. We will vote and then adjourn.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. So we're now adjourning the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the city of San Jose and back to our regular agenda. We are on to item 3.1, report of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report today.
All right. Thank you. We are on to items 3.3 and 3.4. These will be heard concurrently, but we will take separate motions and votes on them. The first, 3.3, is proposed changes to the spending priorities and percentage allocation of Measure E real property transfer taxes. The second is the June budget message for fiscal year 24-25. Let me offer a couple of prefatory comments just before we go to public comment, and then we'll hear from the public once again on this item, and then we'll come back to the council. So I wanted to offer some opening remarks, mostly just words of gratitude. Starting with the administration, I really want to thank our city manager, Jennifer McGuire, for helping us navigate through the largest shortfall and biggest challenge we've seen since the start of the pandemic from a fiscal perspective. And I think that Jennifer's many years of service and past experience as our city's budget director has really benefited me and my team and the entire council. So I want to thank Jennifer for her leadership and support throughout the process and helping us really deeply understand some of the history and trade-offs. Same goes for Assistant City Manager Lee Wilcox, probably the only person with, or probably only Jennifer has more institutional memory, and it's been great to be able to call Lee at literally all hours of the day to ask for advice. Been extremely helpful. And then, of course, the budget team led by Jim Shannon in the city manager's budget office. And Jim and his team, including Bonnie Duong and Claudia Chang and the rest of the team, have worked incredibly long hours. I don't think we can overstate how hard the budget team has worked for months to get to this point where we have a balanced budget, where we know very clearly where every dollar is going and transparently have that displayed in the budget book. And Jim and his team have been a great source of information and just consistently available and always giving us very clear and precise answers and helping to guide us through the process. So very grateful to our budget team. Also want to thank my Budget Brown Act, the group of colleagues who I had the privilege of working closely with on this year's budget. Those council members Foley, Davis, Cohen, and Torres. And I can truly say that it's a very collaborative process where I know that the final product here is significantly better because of the input and engagement of my colleagues in the Brown Act. So I just want to thank them for taking the time to be deeply engaged throughout and bring forward ideas and suggestions and feedback and really help my team and I craft the best possible March and June messages and lead this process for the council. I want to thank all of my council colleagues. Collectively, colleagues on the council brought forward 78 very thoughtful budget documents across a range of community needs. And I have to say, we're very measured, I thought, and thoughtful in the approach given the budget shortfall we're facing. We've had years where literally tens of millions of dollars in spending that we don't have money for has been proposed, but I really felt like the council took to heart the situation we were in and were restrained, but also just strategic in the asks that they made. In fact, so much so that my team and I were able to incorporate 67 of those 78 requests, at least in some form, into this message. So this is truly everyone's budget. And I appreciate the diverse range of infrastructure improvements, impactful community organizations, community events, and other things that we will be able to fund through those budget documents. I also, of course, have to thank the team, the budget team in my office, led by Stephen Keynes, ably supported by Smita and Keith, who have helped coordinate all of us and keep us on track, including through the budget doc and budget estimate process, and then the whole team. My neighborhood outreach team, for example, helped organize 13 extremely well-attended community town halls in every corner of our city, with hundreds and hundreds, probably over 1,000 residents who came out and engaged with us. And then finally, on the list of thank yous, though, I think it probably should always be first, is just thanking our community. And we have a great turnout here again today. Last night we heard 4.5 hours of public comment on the budget, but that was not the first time we heard throughout the process, whether it's been through the budget town halls, the budget study sessions, the various ways that all the council offices engage with and hear feedback from the community. We've had a lot of active participation from residents. And I do really believe this budget reflects the needs of the community, the priorities of the community. I'm proud of this council for continuing to maintain a limited set of focus areas where we know we have to move the needle for our community. And this budget does that. I want to just wrap up my comments here by noting that despite coming into this process this year with over a $50 million projected shortfall and needing to close that gap, we worked together in partnership with the community to put together a balanced budget that invests in the necessary and substantial efforts that are required to maintain our stormwater permit and remain in compliance with the Clean Water Act. And I want to thank Kip, Carrie, Omar, and everybody else on the team who helped inform the plan that we have. And if you missed the presentation last night, the good news here is we have the approval of our 4th submission of our direct discharge plan. So we should be in good standing with our stormwater permit if we stick to the commitments we're making in this budget that we'll pass today. Beyond that, this budget continues an increased level of investment in our other focus areas, including ending unsheltered homelessness in our community as a North Star goal, increasing community safety, cleaning up our neighborhoods, attracting investment in jobs and housing. And on that last point, despite the trade-offs that have to be made to close the shortfall and address our stormwater permit issues, this budget devotes another $40 million to new affordable housing projects. So it's truly a balanced strategy. And I am looking forward to seeing another 3 or 4 brand new projects, affordable housing projects, come off of that NOFA wait list and get underway. So we have more affordable housing for our working families. This budget also generally maintains, and in some cases, such as the Animal Care Center, actually increases our investment in other core city services that residents rely upon. We did not sacrifice other service areas to meet our obligations under the stormwater permit and continue to invest in affordable housing. It also sets aside some funding to reduce the impact of the projected shortfall we have next year so that we don't end up in this roller coaster ride of spending and then cutting and then spending and then cutting, but with guidance from our city manager and budget office positions us to smooth those things out so that we are not creating expectations with the community that we can't fulfill. And then importantly, it protects our city workforce by making good on the commitments we made through the labor contract negotiations last year and avoiding layoffs despite the largest projected shortfall we've had since the very beginning of the pandemic and without any backstops like the American Rescue Plan or the Coronavirus Relief Fund. We found creative solutions, again, thanks to the administration, to balance all of these needs. And then finally, thanks to the good news around slightly increased revenue, in addition to hitting that $40 million mark for new affordable housing in this year's budget, we were also able to bring back a Viva Calle and 25 Viva Parks, which are a really important opportunity for our communities. We just saw this last weekend to connect, build community, enjoy our city in a fun and safe way. And I'm hopeful, and I think we'll get to this today when we come back to council, having done some additional work last night with my Budget Brown Act, having received very thoughtful group memo from the Vice Mayor and colleagues, I think there is also a path here for us to do a pilot of the city funding a trust team for a year to see how that goes, and we'll discuss that more. But I think there is an opportunity here for us to make a strategic trade-off that I hope will not be too painful for the city or our community, but to also work in that important need that was expressed so eloquently by so many folks last night. So I want to thank my colleagues who were not in my Budget Brown Act for continuing to advocate there, and I think we'll find a path forward to do something on that front as well. So I think we're doing a lot to balance many different needs here. Not easy with the shortfall we face, but I'm really proud of the budget we put together and grateful to colleagues and the city manager and her team for all of the collaboration and partnership going back to priority setting back in February of this year. So it's been a long journey, but we're almost there. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tony to go through public comment. We did hear 4.5 hours of public comment last night from hundreds of people, so we are going to continue to limit public comment to 1 minute. And Tony, I will turn it over to you, and then we'll come back to the council for deliberation.
Okay, so I have 57 cards so far. We have 1 minute per speaker. I'm going to call 5 names to start. First person to the microphone, come to the microphone. The other 4 people sit in this front row where it says reserved. And I'll keep an eye on that front row. And as I see it emptying out, I'll continue to add names. So I'm going to start with my first set. I have Sonora. It looks like Sonora with the Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. Nan, Dashiell Leeds, Mila Bekele, and Gabriela Chavez Lopez. Please come on down. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Simran Karkanis, and I'm a student at Evergreen Valley High School, resident of District 8, and member of Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. I am alarmed at this year's budget cut to Climate Smart San Jose's funding. And while I'm grateful that the council has taken initiatives to support an increase of Climate Smart funding, this new proposition is still a 32% cut from the current year's budget. As a large city and climate leader, San Jose should be prioritizing a reduction of our city's fossil fuels. It's more important than ever to do so. Even further, we should instate long-term, stable funding for Climate Smart to expand the program's significant efforts towards sustainability. I've had school canceled, been unable to step outside as wildfires blazed right next to my house, all due to climate change. Please prioritize the health and quality of life for your citizens and the environment by restating the Climate Smart funding to $400,000 or higher levels and
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Nan, and I'm a resident of City of San Jose in District 6. I came to convey to you how responsible I believe that it is for you to even consider allocating Measure E funding as a part of the mitigation efforts to address environmental concerns along the Guadalupe River Trail, which were caused by the neglect this city continues to perpetuate when it comes to homelessness, while failing to come up with real long-term solutions to the systematic issue. You've made it a promise to people, and it appears that your solution is to uphold a facade that you've addressed homelessness through temporary solutions. Your budget cuts on Climate Smart are dangerous, as you have heard, as we continue to progress through environmental degradation that will irreparably change our lives forever. But as always, it is business as usual for you. It is embarrassing, though not entirely surprising, that the city continues to operate on a budget deficit, and yet the person managing those funds still has a job. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, My name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Sierra Club Lumber Prieta chapter and a District 6 resident. Our chapter signed on to a joint letter in support of the mayor's proposal to use Measure E funds to provide basic shelter for people living along the creeks. This is an important but temporary solution for the health of the creek, and the city should work towards permanent housing for people experiencing homelessness. We are alarmed at the significant decrease in Climate Smart San Jose funding, and we do appreciate the intent of the June 7th memo to bring back a portion of this funding, but it's not enough. And we do have some concerns that this may come at the cost of cutting funds from the Climate and Seismic Resilience Program, so we hope those potential impacts are discussed today. For comparison, the cities of San Diego, San Francisco, Seattle, Portland, and Oakland have an average of 24 climate staff and $16 million in funding, and our ESD has 7 staff and proposed non-personnel funding of less than $450,000. So we do need to have serious conversations about how climate...
Thank you, that's your time. Next speaker, I'd also like to call down Juanita Campa, and it looks like Davis Green. I can't read the handwriting with Real. Thank you, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Mila, and I am a San Jose D3 resident and member of Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. I first thank Mayor Mahan and Council Members Cohen, Foley, Davis, and Torres for restoring some funding to the Climate Smart program in the proposed budget. However, I also call on the Council to fully maintain Climate Smart funding at its current level of $400,000. Over the last decade, my peers and I have experienced childhoods marked by a changing climate. Our school days have been cut short due to wildfire smoke. We've lived through extreme storms and drought, and we know that this is only the beginning of what may be a very difficult future. That future, though, is only as uncertain as our present actions cause it to be. San Jose has so far been a leader in addressing climate change through our Climate Smart program, but this year's budget goes in the opposite direction, setting us up for a future rife with costs, economic, environmental, and most of all, human. I request with utmost urgency that San Jose use our creativity to maintain a full $400,000 allocation for Climate Smart San Jose in the current budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also going to call down Lucila Ortiz and Daphne Zhu.
+1 to our youth. Caring for the caretakers of our community is critical. My name is Gabby Chavez Lopez, Executive Director of the Latina Coalition of Silicon Valley, and also a member of REAL. We appreciate the mayor's June budget message, which included $11 million for additional affordable housing projects. We strongly support the memo from Vice Mayor Kamei and Council Members Candelas, Jimenez, and Ortiz, urging the city manager to secure more funding for another pipeline project and restore the original 75% allocation of Measure E funds, which was promised to the voters initially. We thank Vice Mayor Kamei and Council Members Jimenez, Ortiz, and Candelas for their proposal again to fund trust over 2 years, including a $450,000 commitment to enhance peak hour services. This investment is a critical step toward a comprehensive alternative response system in our city, and additionally empowering workers by supporting the fast food workers, and Know Your Rights training is critical. Investing in affordable housing and worker empowerment are key to creating safe, stable communities for...
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening. My name is Juanita Campa. My son is autistic, and I am living with HIV since September 27, 2023. My autistic son and I have been navigating challenging journey. We have been living in the jungle, and since May 2024, we have managed to stay in hotels whenever we could afford it. Determined to make our voices heard, we attended a press conference and protested at Remillard Park by Happy Hollow. Despite officials' claim of support, they dismissed us as drug addicts. I spoke about our struggles and highlighted the invaluable support from my friend Sean, who has helped us stay off the street. After addressing the city council member, Jane Batre and Ben Doing, I realized their promises were empty. They showed no concerns for me and my son's well-being or mine. It's offering no real assistance. Unlike Council, Sean tirelessly advocates for us, working day and night to make genuine differences while the council...
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker. I'm also going to call down Vaishadi with Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action, Yuban Kim, and Lena. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Daphne, a Lynbrook High School student, San Jose Youth Climate Action Team co-lead, and with gratitude, recently named San Jose Climate Champion of the Year. Your proposal to cut funding for Climate Smart San Jose is of deep concern to me and a threat to our future, my future. Though I'm very thankful for the memo by Council members Cohen, Foley, Daves, and Torres to find additional funding for Climate Smart, the new proposal still cuts funding by 32% from last year's $400K. Climate Smart has been both highly efficient and impactful, and we must maintain and expand our sustainability efforts to reach carbon neutrality. We do this by increasing the proposed Climate Smart budget. The path ahead is clear. Why must we move backward rather than forward along the only path to a sustainable future for your citizens? Where will we be as youth if we're left with an unsustainable world tomorrow because of a lack of action today? Increase the allocation for Climate Smart San Jose to $400K. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Lucila. I am with Working Partnerships, and first I wanted to send a big round of appreciation to Vice Mayor Kamei, who listened to the thousands of fast food workers who were asking for basic rights, like knowing their rights and accumulating paid time off, and submitted a budget document with their proposal in there. And also appreciate Mayor Mahan for including that in the budget. I think it's a big step forward that we're listening to the workers. We're also members of the Rio Coalition and support the memo that is also authored by Vice Mayor Kamei around the Measure E funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan and Council. I am Vaishali Ravi Kumar, a San Jose District 1 resident, a student at Lynbrook High School, and a co-lead of the Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action San Jose team. I'm here to urge the Council to maintain the Climate Smart funding at $400K. In my 8 years at San Jose, I've seen the impacts of climate change, wildfire smoke disrupting our schools, and extreme storms causing flooding and damage. In 2020, nearby wildfires forced my family to pack emergency bags, which we still keep ready to this day. Our future depends on our actions now. Scientists say a livable future is possible if we reduce emissions and adapt to changes. San Jose has led this effort through the Climate Smart program, but the proposed budget cuts its funding, undermining progress. Instead of funding staff to secure state and federal grants for crucial programs, the budget goes backwards, leading to greater economic, environmental, and human costs. I urgently request that San Jose retain the $400K allocation for Climate Smart San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also going to call down Sandy Perry, Chris Johnson, and Isabella Kim.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Eben Kim, and I'm a rising junior at Branham High School and a San Jose resident. On behalf of the San Jose team of Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action, I am asking that the 2024-25 Climate Smart budget maintain the original funding of $400K. Climate change and its urgency and drastic effects are undeniable. The climate crisis is one of, if not the most important and pressing issue of this time. It must be treated as such. We must devote resources towards the environment and immediately. We must make it a budget priority to reduce our city's fossil fuels and reach net zero emissions. Therefore, I ask that we maintain ample funding for Climate Smart San Jose for this year and all the years that follow of $400K. Only with significant and immediate climate action, which requires funding for climate smart programs, can the youth of San Jose and our entire planet depend on having a sustainable future in which to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Lena Ian with the Santa Clara Valley Open Space Authority. On behalf of the Open Space Authority, thank you to city leaders and staff for their work on this budget. We strongly support the $100,000 identified in Budget Document 68 proposed by Councilmember Jimenez for the Coyote Valley Monterey Road and Safety Study. We believe that staff have developed a scope that provides at a reasonable cost a comprehensive streetscape project that supports wildlife connectivity, agriculture, and the economic opportunities being explored in the broader Coyote Valley Corridor study. This work will integrate other planning efforts, including the Peninsula Open Space Trust Wildlife Connectivity Study and the Open Space Authority's Coyote Valley Conservation Areas Master Plan. The Open Space Authority is proudly committed to match the city's contribution and will work closely with the city staff to identify sources for the remaining funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm Sandy Perry from South Bay Community Land Trust. We wanted to reiterate our support for Measure E, and particularly the idea for resetting the Measure E allocation at the 23-24 level. As it was pointed out last night, at the time it was adopted, 90% of Measure E was allocated toward affordable housing. So that's what the voters thought they were voting for in March 2020. We also support the trust team funding, and we support the fast food workers, and we support the Vice Mayor's memo. Without permanent affordable housing in the pipeline, people in EIHs and safe sleeping sites will be condemned to live there for the rest of their lives. And that's not ending homelessness. It's not even ending the era of encampments, because safe sleeping sites are encampments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also going to call down Nora Carino, Sam Ho, and this one, it looks like it says AITAF Chaos with Burger King. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor Mahan and council members. My name is Isabella, and I'm a student at Evergreen Valley High School. I'm a resident of San Jose City Council District 8, and I'd like to express my concern for this year's extreme reduction to Climate Smart's San Jose funding. As of now, the rapid changes in our climate system are harming our wildlife, quality of life, and our entire environment. As our climate warms, ecosystems are at risk, species go extinct, wildfires increase, and sea levels rapidly rise, swallowing our beautiful landscapes. In the midst of our climate issues, it is essential that we continue to have our budget set higher. Cutting the budget that was already minimal in half is undeniably a significant drawback for our city's climate action. Providing the Climate Smart program with the necessary funding will benefit each and every one of us residents. I strongly request that the funds are returned in order to prevent such negative impacts on our future. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Johnson. I am an owner and operator of one restaurant in the Berryessa area. I have lived in and around San Jose my entire life. Through hard work, I was able to achieve a dream of opening my own restaurant. We opened a year and a half ago and currently have 12 employees. I have always done what I can to make the lives of my employees better. They are like family to me. Recent changes in wages have forced us to make some very difficult choices. We have cut hours and had to increase prices. Both of these have had negatively affected the community. Higher prices and loss of hours do not help anyone. I urge the council to support local small restaurants and businesses and help keep them open. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you about the topic that we're concerned about, homelessness. So, as I mentioned earlier, I think we have to address the issue of 4,500 people that are not able to sleep at night in a bed, in a safe place. I think that you have a big responsibility, and I trust that your wisdom collectively can put together a program whereby you can remove everyone from the streets, from the creeks, and from the parks into a bed, so that they can have a place to sleep at night, and so that they can rebuild their life and have a better future. Because the sooner we get them out of the streets and into the bed, into a shelter or whatever temporary place to stay, before we can get a long-term place for them. Please do your best and make sure we address that, because I think the city of San Jose wishes to see that within the next 6 months or 12 months, we have no one that is not having a bed at night to sleep. Just like we don't want to be sleeping on the street each night. Thank you very much.
Tony, just before you call the next set of names, just want to remind folks that during public comment, it's an important opportunity for people to exercise their free speech. The council needs to be able to hear. Tony needs to be able to let people know when it's their turn. So I'd ask you to refrain from cheering or booing or holding signs up that block other folks. Let's all be respectful and focused and give people their minute. If you want to show support, you can do it kind of silently like that. But Tony, let's continue, please.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also going to call down Ali Iqbal, Brian Home, Mike Williams, and I'd like to ask, wait, hold on. And I'd like to ask one of the Spanish interpreters to come down. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm a small business owner in San Jose, been 16 years on business. I own 4 Burger King. Because of the minimum wages going up, I had to close in September 1 stores, and it's hurting me because those people are working for me the last 15 years, and they're gonna lose the job. I'm gonna accommodate some here or there a little bit, but this ornament presenting to give me more burden to all the small franchise or businessmen. And people are thinking you own the Burger King, you are a billionaire. It's not true. We are not a millionaire. Sometimes we make less money than our manager, and that have to understand, and everybody has the wrong information. Burger King Corporation is different, and we are franchisee different. And in California, 100%, every franchisee owned by individual people who very struggling right now for the work to survive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Nora, and I am a rising sophomore at Evergreen Valley High School and a member of Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. I am greatly concerned by this year's proposed cuts to the budget and urge for a budget increase to $621,000. I would also like to amend my teammates' ask. We ask for $621,000, not $400,000. Climate change is an urgent threat to the future of my generation, and we must invest in solutions to address this crisis, especially if we are to meet our 2030 goals for net zero greenhouse gas emissions. The effects of climate change have already started to impact San Jose residents' day-to-day lives. With temperatures rising, heat waves have become more common and intense, the air quality is worsening, droughts have been prolonged, and so much more. These effects are a constant concern for San Jose residents and threaten the health and well-being of many. Investing in a climate-safe future will ensure a healthier and sustainable future for generations to come and the planet as a whole. Please demonstrate your support for a stabilized and livable.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also going to call down Ted Zafiris, Shawnee Kleinhaus, and Steve Cohen.
My name is Brian Helm. I'm the owner of 2 family-owned Vitali Bowls. We offer, smoothies, acai bowls for a healthy living. And I opened the store 7 years ago because I lost my 18-year-old son to a food allergy. He ate a dessert with peanuts. So we opened this because we're safe. But these increases in the state, $20 an hour has a big impact. I had 30 employees. I'm down to 23. We've had to cut hours. And I treat my employees well. I treat them like family. And it was very difficult to let 7 people go. I'm just asking that San Jose not add additional ordinances that we don't need. We have a state fast food council that give them a chance to work on that and not continue raising ordinances and shutting us down, because eventually we may have to shut down and there will be no jobs for people who are pushing for higher wages, security, and everything. So I ask that you help support the small businesses so we do not shut down like San Francisco and like the Rubio's 48 stores closing will be devastating.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Michael Williams. I'm a small business owner in San Jose. I own a Little Caesars on Monterey in San Jose. I'm also not in agreement with the minimum wage increases. Like most employees, we try to treat our employees like family. Most of them are young, just coming out of high school and entering college. We'd all love to pay everybody $20 or more, but now our employees are actually coming close to my own salary, and it's harder to give them raises, pretty much anything, just like all the other small business and restaurant owners in San Jose. Same sort of thing. We can do less for them when we like to do more, and it's also hurting their income, their abilities to actually have a job in San Jose, with most restaurant employees cutting.
Thank you. Next speaker.
afternoon, Mayor Mahan and council members. My name is Shani Kleinhaus. I'm the environment advocate for the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society, and I speak in support of the June budget message, specifically the use of Measure E funds to help alleviate the tragic consequences of homelessness encampments along waterways. Our aquatic, riparian, and bayland habitats are critical to birds, fish, and wildlife, and to very many people who enjoy them. But as encampments sprouted along creeks, fires, destruction of vegetation, soil erosion, and pollution from human waste and trash suffocate these ecosystems and the species that rely on them for survival. This compounding crisis affects public health and human, social, environmental, and economic aspects of the city life in San Jose. So the crisis must be addressed immediately and at scale.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker. I'm also going to call down Danilo Cho, Olivia Garcia, and Gabriel Frutis. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm here today as a small business owner of a large franchise to tell you that I'm against the city ordinance. I think we should let the newly formed state panel do its job and address the issues related to our food service industry, which is the reason why it was created in the first place. Governor Newsom even applauded the formation of the FAST Act afterwards, saying it's a step towards fairer wages, safer and healthier working conditions, and better training by giving hardworking fast food workers a stronger voice and a seat at the table. The city ordinance proposed should be opposed. The city should honor the statewide deal they agreed to last year, and local elected officials should not waste precious city staff time trying to duplicate state efforts. One set of rules is enough. I'm already struggling with the higher labor costs and business regulations and looking for ways to cut expenses in order to service my debt and stay in business and keep my employees employed. Redundant and even more.
Thank you. Next speaker. I have nobody in the front row, so I'm going to add more names. I have Maria Dora Lopez, Dionysia Cerbacio, Elizabeth Rodriguez, and Sylvia Guzman. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Steve Cohen, Mojmir Properties. I want to support the mayor's budget as it's written. It's a collaborative budget, which is what it's supposed to be. It's close to being balanced. There's always winners and losers. And I hope that this council, those of you that are still sitting there and listening, will vote for what's best for this city and not best for other outside sources that are calling you and emailing you. Let's not turn into what the federal government has become. And as far as Measure E goes, when I voted for Measure E, my concern was housing for the homeless, not for affordable housing. Homeless people do not qualify for affordable housing. We've got a decision coming down from the Supreme Court, and the chances are that they're going to require housing for homeless. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Olivia García. Yo soy trabajadora de comida rápida por más
Wait, can you
de...
hold on? Let me get the interpreters right.
Espérese un momentito, ahorita van a bajar a traducir. Esta señora.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Olivia García.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emilia Garcia.
Soy trabajadora de comida rápida por más de 20 años aquí en San José.
I have been working in fast food restaurants for more than 20 years in San Jose.
Yo soy sobreviviente de violencia.
I'm a survivor of violence.
Yo no conocía de mis derechos hasta que me ingresé a la Unión.
And I didn't know about my rights until I entered the union.
Y por eso hoy estoy aquí. Es importante, la verdad me siento honrada, sé que tengo poco tiempo, pero yo les quiero decir, ¿por qué los empleadores no quieren que sepamos de nuestros derechos?
And it is important to know our rights, but I'm here to ask, how come the owners, the business owners don't want us to know about our rights?
Es importante que pase esta ley que nosotros estamos peleando y yo me dirijo hacia ustedes con mucho respeto. Como representantes de este condado, necesitamos contar con su apoyo para tener una seguridad en el trabajo, buenos y dignos.
And I come to you with a lot of respect, and as all representatives in government, I come here to ask that you pass this action.
Es importante tener la ordenanza aquí en San José porque se viven muchas irregularidades día a día en la industria y no queremos eso, somos humanos.
It is very important that this ordinance passes here in the city of San Jose. We are humans, and it is important that we are treated correctly.
Es urgente contar con su apoyo.
It is very urgent to count with your support.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm not seeing people in the front row, so I'm going to call a few more names. I have Luna. Last name starts with M. Wait, hold on. Wait. I have Luna, last name starts with M. Gloria Gonzalez, Irma Hernandez, Marcelo Togli, and Marcela, I can't read the last name. Thank you. Go ahead.
Adelante. Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Elizabeth y soy trabajadora de comida rápida.
Good afternoon, my name is Elizabeth and I'm a fast food worker.
En esta tarde quiero decirles de que nosotros como trabajadores de comida rápida necesitamos un lugar donde podamos aprender acerca de nuestros derechos y protecciones y a la vez responsabilizar a nuestros empleadores.
This afternoon I come to you to tell you that as fast food workers we need a place where we can learn about our rights as workers and also to know how to make the business owners liable.
Sabemos que necesitamos un descanso para poder cuidar muchas veces a nuestras familias, porque a veces ellos se encuentran enfermos o tenemos también que llevarlos a sus citas médicas.
And we know that sometimes we need to have the time to take care of our loved ones who are sick, who need to be taken to their medical appointments.
Yo sé que de primera mano que necesitamos conocer nuestros derechos y saber cómo usar nuestra voz para poder detener los abusos que enfrentamos día a día.
We know that it is important that we know our rights so that we can stop the abuses that happen day to day.
Sabemos que los dueños de las empresas de comida rápida están gastando cientos de miles de dólares para oponerse a todas estas demandas razonables que nosotros como trabajadores hacemos.
And we know that the fast food workers owners, the business owners, are spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to stop us from knowing about our rights.
Bueno, realmente yo como trabajadora pude mejorar en mi trabajo cuando conocí mis derechos, ¿verdad?
I was able to improve my conditions at work when I learned about my rights.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hola, buenas tardes, señores concejales. Mi nombre es Marisela Mezcua, soy trabajadora de comida rápida.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Marisela Mezcua, and I'm a fast food worker
en San José.
In San Jose.
Y estoy aquí preguntándome por qué los empleadores no quieren que sepamos sobre nuestros derechos.
And I'm also here to ask, how come the business owners don't want us to know about our rights?
Yo en mi personal he sido víctima de robo de salario y yo no sabía cuáles eran mis derechos y que yo podría alzar mi voz.
Personally, I was a victim of a salary. My salary was stolen, and I had no idea that I could raise my voice about it.
Ya vengo a pedirles que por favor nos ayuden para que podamos tener sepamos sobre nuestros derechos.
And I am here to ask you to please help us so that we are aware of our rights.
para que no apoyen a los empleadores que no quieren que sepamos de nuestros derechos.
Don't support our employers who do not want us to know about our rights.
Porque muchos, en mi caso, han sido víctimas de robo de salario y de muchas cosas más, y no nos atrevemos a hablar porque no sabemos qué hacer.
Many people, like in my case, have been victims of their wages getting stolen, and they just didn't do anything because they didn't know what to do.
Y también necesitamos estar tiempo con nuestras familias.
That's your time.
And also we need time to be with our families.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Luna Mondragón y tengo 3 años laborando para la industria de la comida rápida.
Good afternoon, my name is Luna Mondragón, and I have been working for the fast food industry for the last 3 years.
Y es de suma importancia que los trabajadores de comida rápida tengamos un espacio en el cual se nos concientice y conozcamos nuestros derechos para poner en práctica.
And it is important that it is of the utmost importance that we as fast food workers can have a place where we can learn about our rights.
Necesitamos ser concientizados, ya conociendo nuestros derechos, así evitaremos ser abusados dentro de nuestro espacio laboral.
We need to be aware, that way we can avoid being abused in our workplace.
Yo como trabajador estoy consciente que la demanda de vida es cara aquí en California y necesitamos conocer nuestros derechos, y así conociendo nuestros derechos podemos subsistir dentro de esta industria, porque de otra manera no se puede. Sin embargo, los dueños de estas corporaciones no les interesa y tampoco les importa que estemos nosotros empapados de esta información, que no conozcamos nuestros derechos. Ellos es lo que no quieren.
It is imperative that we are aware of our rights, because we need to know how to protect ourselves, and the business owners don't want us to know about our rights because they want to continue doing what they want.
Okay, we're at time, sorry.
I'm also going to call down Pamela Mejia, Ramon Martinez, Maria Maldonado, and Jose Abastida.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Marcelo y soy trabajador por comida rápida arriba de 20 años.
Good afternoon, my name is Marcelo, and I have been working in the fast food industry for more than 20 years.
Y últimamente he mirado que hay programas que los trabajadores no conocemos, y nos gustaría conocer más acerca de nuestros derechos.
And lately we have found out that there are programs that we as workers don't know, and as fast food workers we would like to be informed about our rights.
La razón que no sabemos es porque los empleadores no quieren que conozcan nuestros derechos.
The reason why we don't know about these things is because the business owners don't want us to know and to be aware of these things.
Creo que la comida rápida es uno de los servicios más comunes para todos, y creo que gente piensa que ser un trabajador de comida rápida es fácil, pero creo que no.
And I know that the fast food service is something that is very common, and a lot of people think that being a worker in a fast food restaurant is an easy thing, but it is not.
So, por eso necesitamos su apoyo, Consul, para conocer nuestros derechos y tener una mejor comodidad en el trabajo de comida rápida.
That's why we need your support, so that we can know our rights and we can have a better community in the fast food industry.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Irma Hernández.
My name is Irma
y
Hernandez,
soy trabajadora de la Corporación de Comida Rápida Carl Jr.
and I'm a member of the fast food company Carl's Jr.
Y me pregunto por qué mi empleador no quiere que sepamos sobre nuestros derechos. Necesitamos conocer nuestros derechos en el trabajo para garantizar lugares de trabajo buenos y seguros.
And I wonder why the business owner where I work does not want me to know about my rights. It is important that we know about our rights so that we can work in a safe place.
Los trabajadores de comida rápida en San José necesitamos un lugar donde podamos aprender sobre nuestros derechos y protecciones y responsabilizar a nuestros empleadores.
The fast food workers in San Jose need to have a place where we can learn about our rights, about the responsibilities of the business owners.
También merecemos un descanso para poder cuidar de nuestras propias familias, pero las empresas de comida rápida han estado gastando miles de cientos de dólares para oponerse a estas demandas.
And we also need to have time to be with our families. However, the business owners of the fast food industry have been spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to oppose to our rights.
Yo sé de primera mano que necesitamos conocer nuestros derechos y saber cómo usar nuestra voz para detener los abusos que enfrentamos todos los días y necesitamos
That's
tiempo
your
libre
time?
pagado para pasar.
No, that's your time.
I know firsthand that we need to know about our rights so that we can defend ourselves and that we can spend time with our dear ones when they need us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Gloria González.
Good afternoon, my name is Gloria González.
Soy trabajadora de comida rápida durante 18 años.
And I've been a fast food worker during 18 years.
Yo no entiendo por qué nuestros empleadores no quieren que sepamos nuestros derechos, lo cual en mi trabajo ahorita donde estoy nadie sabe sus derechos, inclusive no saben que ya ahorita no son 3 días de vacaciones, sino que son 5.
And I don't understand why the business owners don't want us to know about our rights. As a matter of fact, a lot of people in my job do not know that there are not 3 days of personal time, but 5 days.
También yo no nomás estoy luchando por mí, sino por los que siguen adelante de nosotros. Nosotros, como quien dice, ya vamos de salida, pero nuestros hijos, nietos, queremos que ellos tengan mejor salario, mejor aseguranzas o algo que les beneficie a ellos, porque antes nomás los rechazaban, los humillaban y eran todos, los tenían que sacar del trabajo.
We are not fighting just for ourselves. I'm fighting here for the ones that are coming after us, fighting for our children, for our grandchildren, for all those who will be working there after us. We are on our way out already, but they're coming in, and it is important that they know the rights so that they can have better salaries, they can have insurance, they can have whatever they need.
A mí lo único que me gustaría es que fueran y se hicieran volantes para que todo el mundo en los trabajos de comida rápida conocieran todos sus derechos.
That's your time.
And I would like for flyers to be given out in the workplaces so that people can know about the rights.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ramona, trabajo en el área de comida rápida desde hace 17 años acá en San José.
Good afternoon, my name is Ramona, and I've been working in the fast food sector for 17 years here in San Jose.
Yo hace 2 años me fui a huelga porque no conocía mis derechos.
2 years ago,
A huelga porque no conocía mis derechos.
I went into strike, thank you. I went into strike because I did not know about my rights.
Y por eso el 90% de los trabajadores de comida rápida no conocen sus derechos porque los empleadores, las franquicias, prefieren pagar para no tener conocimiento los trabajadores de sus derechos.
And the reason why the fast food workers don't know about the rights is because the franchisees, they prefer to pay so the fast food workers don't know about the rights.
Y seguir cometiendo varias injusticias, varias violaciones, discriminaciones y varios de nuestros derechos que como seres humanos tenemos.
And they continue violating our rights, discriminating against us, and doing a lot of different things against us against our rights.
Por eso hoy les pido que hagan valer nuestros derechos como personas.
That's why today I'm requesting that you value us as human beings.
Y ya basta de tanta injusticia. Por favor, queremos ser escuchados. Somos seres humanos.
Let's stop the injustices. We want to be listened to. We want to be treated like human beings.
Y que todos los trabajadores tengamos ese derecho, esa enseñanza, esa capacitación para que no sigan abusando de nosotros como trabajadores.
And that all the fast food workers can be trained, can have all the training, all the knowledge about their rights so that the abuse can stop.
Okay, thank you. That's your time.
We want
Next
to be listened
speaker.
to.
Hola, buenas tardes. Me llamo Pamela Mejía, trabajo en McDonald's.
Hello, my name is Pamela Mejia and I work at McDonald's.
Después de conocer mis derechos, es hora que todos los trabajadores de San José
After knowing my own rights, it is time that all the workers in San Jose
que tengamos la oportunidad de ser escuchados,
can have the opportunity to be listened to.
que tengamos vacaciones pagadas, horas de enfermedad,
That we could have a paid vacation and sickness leave
para cuidar nuestras familias, nuestros hijos, queremos que los apoyen.
to take care of our children. We want your support.
Necesitamos que los apoyen para conocer nuestros derechos.
We need your support so that we can know about our rights.
Yo he sido víctima de acoso sexual, discriminación.
I've been a victim of sexual harassment, discrimination.
Yo no sabía mis derechos hasta que conocí el sindicato, sé mis derechos. Gracias a ellos,
I didn't know about my rights until I got to learn about the union, and thanks to them I learned.
gracias a ellos conozco mis derechos, sé mis derechos, y gracias a Dios ya me siento.
That's your time.
Gracias.
And thanks to them I learned about my rights, and now I feel, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Before you go, I'm going to call a couple more. I have Maria Cortez, Philip Black, Ryan Gilbert, and Jerry May. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Jose Abastida. I am with SCAU 1021, and I'm with the fast food workers. Well, I wanted to start out by thanking Councilmember Ortiz, Vice Mayor Kamei, for submitting a budget memo that would allow the city of San Jose to look at the conditions of fast food workers. We appreciate Mayor Mayhem for the budget message. Today, you have heard comments on restaurants talking about firing workers, increasing prices, and cutting shifts, but no one talked about the record profits that the workers have produced for them. It is time to support fast food workers' attempt to gain Know Your Rights training and paid time off. I urge the City Council to support San Jose workers and constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I am Maria Maldonado, Statewide Director for Fast Food Workers Union. I want to thank you all for your support and consideration of fast food workers here in San Jose. Thank you, Councilmember Peter Ortiz, and others for standing with us despite the industry doing everything they can to convince you not to. Teaching workers their rights will not bankrupt small businesses. The cost of these ideas are small. But the industry is once again spreading lies to scare you away from supporting workers. Let's work together to hold companies accountable to workplace abuses and give workers the tools they need to improve the industry. The state can address these issues workers are asking for today. We urge you to create a path for workers to know their rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Disculpe, vamos a tomar turnos para hablar para que ellos puedan escuchar lo que dicen. Okay, gracias. Adelante.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Cortés. Vengo de Walnut Mobile Home Park. Pedimos ayuda por el problema que tenemos de ratas ahí, por la soup jar.
Okay, disculpe. Gracias. Hello, good afternoon. My name is, ¿dónde está usted?
María Cortés.
Maria Cortez, and I come from the mobile park,
Mobile Home Park.
a mobile home park, and I come here to ask for your help for the rat problem that we're experiencing there.
Esto es por la soup jar.
This is by South John.
Tenemos antes que nada, quiero agradecerle al council que nos escuchen y que busquemos una solución para este problema.
I come here, well, before anything, I'd like to express my gratitude to the council and for us to help us to find a solution for the problem.
Que estamos afectados negativamente diariamente, no podemos abrir nuestras ventanas por el polvo, por el olor de la basura que acumulan ahí. Es increíble lo que nos afecta, es terrible el olor.
We are being affected negatively in this manner every day, and it's because we can't even open our windows because of the dust, the smell of the garbage, and everything. It's terrible because of the smell that we're experiencing.
Tenemos años ya con este problema. Nuestros hijos no pueden salir a jugar afuera, no pueden disfrutar del ambiente del aire, de respirar aire puro, porque lo que respiran es un olor extremadamente horrible.
We have years with this problem. Our kids cannot go outside to go play, to enjoy the air in the environment. I mean, they don't have pure air. The smell is horrible that they're having to
Yo le
breathe in.
pregunto a cada uno de ustedes si a ustedes les gustaría vivir
That's your time.
al lado de 200 toneladas de basura.
Your time is up.
Estoy segura que nadie.
Yes, I ask each one of you, would you like to live next to 200 tons of garbage? I think that nobody would like to do that. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call down Sean Paul and Sophia Lopez.
Hi, I'm Philip Black from the Walnut Mobile Home Park. I think we had a meeting a few weeks ago, and we talked about the smell. There was supposed to be some resolution from Sergio, and I just want to say this to the mayor. I've been dying to say it. I think you're doing a great job. I've seen you in the mix out there in the streets, and from what I've lived in San Jose all my life, and I see some cleanup. I see some progress. I just want to take my hat off to you for that. But getting back to the Walnut Mobile Home, I worked in the health profession for 46 years as a respiratory therapist. And I have asthma, I have some cancer going on. I got some good news last week from the doctor, so that's kind of getting in order. But we would just like to see that improve. And I've seen the Capitol Expressway, the homeless situation, the garbage there, that's improved. And so we're asking you to help us, reach out and help us. That's what we need to do. Because the dirt comes in every time I get up in the morning. I'm a ride share now because I do Uber. And I have to wash my car almost every day. And on the window.
Thank you. That's your time.
Good afternoon, Council and City Mayor. My name is Ryan Gilbert here with Local 230, just asking you to continue funding for Med 30. Med 30 is not just a life-saving position, it provides critical support in incident commands during significant emergencies, enhancing operations effectiveness and safety. Some key roles that Med 30 provides on incidents is command post support, medical group supervisor, occupational services, incident reporting, rehab officer, liaison with rural metro, and public information officer. We ask you to continue to fund Med 30. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for having us here. My name is Jerry May. I'm the president of Local 230 San Jose Firefighters. I'm here as well to support Med 30. Like my colleague just said, I'm going to make this a personal story, and hopefully this gets everyone's attention. But I worked with Med 30 for the last 6 years of my career. I'm telling you, there's multiple occasions where Med 30 has saved lives. I've been either in car accidents, fires, events downtown. Med 30 is a critical position for public safety. And unfortunately, you're getting bad advice from the fire chief's office regarding replacing Med 30. It's something that you can't replace, and it's something that we want you to continue to support. So please, your #1 obligation to this community is public safety, and continue that support and continue pushing for Med 30. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Edulia Reyes. Estoy aquí con mi esposo, un trabajador de comida rápida aquí en San José.
Good afternoon, my name is Yulida Reyes, and I'm here with my husband. He's a fast food worker here in San Jose.
Estoy hablando por él debido a los efectos de un accidente que tuvo en su trabajo.
I'm here speaking on his behalf due to the effects that he has suffered due to an injury that he had at work.
Hace más de mes y medio, mi esposo estaba trabajando en el techo de un McDonald's cuando se le cayó la puerta en la cabeza, la espalda y sus hombros.
It's been a little bit less than a month since my husband was working on the roof of McDonald's when a door fell from the roof fell on top of his head and his arms.
No me llamaron para decirme lo que pasó en la compañía, no ayudaron a mi esposo con acceso de tratamiento médico por sus golpes, no nos ofrecieron ayuda monetaria, no sabíamos de la ayuda que podíamos recibir hasta que nos conectamos con el sindicato de trabajadores de comida rápida.
They didn't call me to inform me of the accident that my husband had at the company. They didn't offer him any access to medical health, and they didn't give us any monetary assistance. And we didn't know that he can receive any type of help until we got in contact with the fast food workers union.
Dejaron ir a mi esposo manejando como media hora solo a mi casa. Llegó con su cabeza dormida.
They allowed him to go ahead, drive home for about a half an hour, and he got to my house with half his head numb.
Así fue como escuchamos de que podríamos reportar el accidente.
That's your time.
And that is the way that we were able to find out that we were able to go ahead and report his accident.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council. You guys might have seen me darting back and forth a while ago, and that's because I actually had to go to work. And I have the privilege to make this a priority, but I do not have the power. And as much as I'd love to serve our city, and other people like me, we do not have the capacity. I'm probably gonna have to face something for doing this and wanting to speak for the people that aren't here, but I really care about my city. A lot of other people do. I haven't been able to see my family because we all got separated and basically butchered because of the price of housing. And although I understand the need to sacrifice, but I ask myself, is what I do reasonable? And I say no, it's not. People shouldn't need to cut off their friends or family or need to not be involved with other things because they want to push forward their community. And I don't want people to suffer what I've been through, so please focus more on sustainability and not subsidy. I mean, yes, no, sustainability, not subsidy, because it's all that matters. Please, I beg you, it helps to not have people be like me.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call down Cynthia Martinez, Sylvia Ruiz, Marina Arteaga, Renee Diaz, and Imelda Arroyo.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Sofía López
Good afternoon, my name is Sofia Lopez,
y soy trabajadora de comida rápida.
and I am a fast food worker.
Me pregunto por qué mi empleador no quería que sepamos sobre nuestros derechos.
I asked myself, why is it that my employer did not want me to know about my rights?
Trabajo en el Pollo Loco.
I work at Pollo Loco.
De hecho, antes no sabía mis derechos.
As a matter of fact, before I didn't know about my rights.
No sabía que tenía días de enfermedad.
I didn't know that I had days, sick days.
Y de hecho, hasta que me uní a la unión,
And as a matter of fact, until I joined the union,
supe sobre mis derechos
I found out about my rights.
y gracias a ellos
And thanks to them,
he podido mejorar,
I've been able to improve.
Poder cuidar a mi hija. Poder cuidar a mi hija.
To be able to take care of my daughter
Cuando ella se enferma.
whenever she gets ill.
Por eso, con todo respeto,
This is why, with all due respect,
les pido que escuchen
I ask you to listen
para que las personas puedan saber sus derechos
so that people may be informed in regards to their rights,
y también puedan cuidar a sus familias.
and they may be able to take care of their families as well.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Cintia Martínez.
Good afternoon, my name is Cynthia Martinez.
Necesitamos conocer nuestros derechos y saber cómo usar nuestra voz para detener los abusos que enfrentamos todos los días.
We need to get to know our rights to be able to know how we are able to use our voice to stop the abuses that we are experiencing daily.
Y necesitamos tiempo libre pagado para pasar con nuestros seres queridos.
And we need time off paid so that we can spend time with our loved ones
Y ir a citas médicas y otras cosas más importantes.
and to be able to attend medical appointments as well as other things that are more important.
Por favor, apóyennos.
Please support us.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es René Díaz. Muchas gracias por escucharnos, concejales. Para mí es un gusto estar acá frente a ustedes.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Edmerindo Diaz, and I am very grateful to the council for listening to us and to be here today.
Y como ustedes saben, estamos acá para que consideren y nos apoyen aprobando la ley de trabajo justo en comida rápida.
And as you know, we are here for you to consider, and we are asking for you to approve the law, the measure in regards to for the fast food.
Cada uno de nosotros es una historia diferente. Cada uno de nosotros ha sufrido atropellos y vulneraciones de nuestros derechos en nuestros trabajos.
Each one of us has suffered in a different way. Each one of us have had different struggles in regards to our rights at work.
Pero si ustedes nos dan las herramientas para que nosotros podamos defendernos, conocer sobre nuestros derechos laborales y también de las protecciones que tenemos como trabajadores.
And if you give us the tools to be able to defend ourselves and to understand our work rights as well as to be able to protect ourselves against our jobs,
podemos parar de que estas grandes industrias y compañías sigan vulnerándolos. Por ejemplo, yo hace una semana me fui a huelga y fui víctima de represalias, una represalia muy fuerte que mi empleador produjo hacia mi persona.
and so this way we can go ahead and stop the big industries that they stop working against us. About a week ago, I went on strike and I ended up having many repercussions on behalf of my employer.
Muchas gracias y está en sus manos el poder darnos las herramientas necesarias para que nosotros sigamos luchando y conozcamos nuestros derechos.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you, and I know that you guys have the power to go ahead and give us the tools so that we need, so that we can go ahead.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yeah.
Before you go, let me call Ramses, looks like Ramses Jean Nichols, Antonia or Antonia Lopez, Elizabeth, last name starts with A, and Lillian Hernandez. Go ahead.
Hello, good morning. I ask for your attention today. My name is Marina Arriaga, and I'm a fast food worker at Carl's Jr. We as fast food workers need a space to learn about our rights. Furthermore, to keep our safety and our voices heard. Personally, after I knew my rights, I was not blindsided to what my manager told me was right or wasn't my right, but I knew I could defend myself. I wasn't scared anymore to take sick leave without retaliation. I knew I had a voice, but many workers don't know their rights. I learned them through the union, thankfully, and I need your support towards fast food workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also going to, since I don't have anybody in the front row, I'm going to call some more names. Derek, Leslie Z, Brenda Bell.
Buenas tardes.
Wait, hold on. And looks like Kassar Gegley with Jack in the Box. Go ahead.
Imelda Arroyo. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Imelda Arroyo. Yo trabajo para McDonald's por 18 años. Mis patrones nunca nos enseñaron nuestros derechos. Siempre.
Good afternoon. My name is Imelda Rojas. I worked for McDonald's for 18 years. The owners of the restaurant never taught us about our rights. They always.
Y ahora que andamos en el sindicato, como tratamos de hablar con nuestros compañeros, de hacerles saber que tenemos derechos, toma represalia, nos quitan horas.
And now that we are now with the union, we try to talk to our coworkers and letting them know that we have rights, and they take repercussions against us. They take away hours.
Y pues creo que debería de haber una ley que nos proteja y haga a nuestros empleadores hacernos saber nuestros derechos.
And well, I believe that we should have a law that protects us to make our employers to let us know our rights.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Ramses Teo Nichols, resident of San Jose, also elected Vice President of Politics, SEIU, Local 1021. I'm here today in support also of the fast food workers who are here. I want to first recognize and thank Vice Mayor Kamei for continuing the support by putting it in the budget. And once again, like many times in the last year that we've been coming here, hearing hundreds of stories from fast food workers basically telling us something needs to be done. We need to do that, right? This is City Council. We're here with you. We hear some of the owners as well, but I gotta tell you, it's pretty lopsided, right? The situation is pretty lopsided. There are rights that are not being respected, rights that many of us fought so hard for in California, state, local, federal level. We need those respected. We want you to support this and put this through in the budget, so please do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Karad Gogri, here on behalf of my franchise, Jack in the Box. I was born in San Jose, raised in San Jose. My family, including myself, are the employees of our restaurants, and each and every employee we have, I consider family. And that's why I wanted to advocate for them and express to y'all that if the goal is to improve the lives of those who work in fast food, we share in that goal. When we oppose the formation of another committee or ordinance or minimum wage hike, it's not just about the viability of our businesses and their sustainability. Our employees don't benefit. Even if the nominal increase in wages on a paycheck occur, those funds don't go to personal savings or leisure. Unfortunately, that goes to the increased cost of housing or to a bill where another business has passed on their increase in costs to our employees. Unfortunately, the actual impact of these measures enforced by the state and being contemplated by the city is inflationary and doesn't address the challenges.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
To the Honorable Mayor Mahan and distinguished members of the council, my name is Brenda Bell Brown. I am affiliated with the West Valley Community Services League Program, the Leadership Initiative Committee. I advocate for home and land ownership and the elimination of snowbird status. Join me.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also going to call down before you start Sarah Fields, Kim Guptill, Sandra Asher, and Stephen Weir and Catherine Hedges. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Leslie Zeiger from Showing Up for Racial Justice. What really makes a community safe? A permanent, affordable home for everyone is public safety. Use Measure E funds for permanent, affordable housing as they were intended. Trust, a non-police crisis response, is also public safety. We have concerns about your proposed use of opioid settlement funds and urge you to consider using those for trust, which is a high-impact abatement activity. And today, support the Camille Ortiz Candelas Jimenez memo to fund a San Jose Trust team for 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Council. My name is Derek. I am a member of SCIU 521. I'll keep it short because alongside Rex and Serge, I'm in support of what they're pushing. Expanded non-police trust is public safety. Permanent, long-term solutions to housing is public safety. Safety and dignity for all workers, but especially fast food workers, is public safety. Addressing climate change is public safety. So what is to be done? I say it's time to be brave.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, and staff. My name is Sarah Fields. I serve as the Director of Public Affairs for Life Moves. We operate interim and transitional housing sites across Santa Clara and San Mateo counties. We recognize the importance of meeting the variety of community housing needs and have found the this or that framing around the budget process to be frustrating and disconnected from the real needs. A budget is a document of priorities. We know these are difficult decisions to make and respect the process that considers moving unhoused individuals and families indoors, as well as the long-term affordable housing that is much needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Guptill, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice and a D6 resident. Generally cranky, not today. I want to thank you for listening to people with a range of life experience and organizational affiliations about trust. Thank you. I'm thrilled to hear that you plan to recommend funding for a partial trust team for 1 year. We know it's not the bailiwick of the city, so we appreciate your flexibility and imagination. I'll just reiterate, please support the Camille Ortiz Candelas Jimenez memo and dig deep into the information you've all received about the opioid settlement fund's apparently perfect fit for funding trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Sorry, short person. Good afternoon. I'm Sandra Asher, District 10, member of the RIPS Committee, the Real Coalition, and Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. Last night, I spoke to you all about my son, and I appreciate you listening to our voices and finding a way forward to support expansion for trust. The funding is there. For example, as my colleague mentioned, in the opioid settlement funds, Trust is a mobile crisis infrastructure that qualifies under those funds and will have an immediate impact on the safety of our community. As a mother, I urge you to do the right thing today. You have the power to save lives and improve public safety in our city. So please support the Kamei Ortiz Jimenez and Candelas memo and fund trust for 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I also want to announce I've called all of the speaker cards. If you did not hear your name and you submitted a card, please come forward. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Catherine Hedges, and I'm with Rex and Surge. Please support the Kamei, Ortiz, Candelas, and Jimenez memo, but expand its scope. The city can use the opioid settlement $769,000 per year through 2038 to fund a 24/7 trust program that will also qualify for Medi-Cal and insurance reimbursement. Trust mobile crisis infrastructure is exactly the kind of high-impact abatement activity the state requires us to use those funds on. So we're diverting people to treatment instead of incarceration and saving lives with naloxone. The state can literally sue local governments that misuse the funds, such as using them to pay for administration and low-impact outreach activities. Trust fits squarely into the fund's overall purpose of harm reduction, prevention, treatment, and recovery. I also urge Council to restore the original Measure E funding, fund Gardner Community.
And council members. My name is Stephen Weir. My son and I own and operate a local restaurant in San Jose. And like many other small businesses, we care deeply for our team like family. That's why we started a family business. We're interested in their well-being and their quality of lives. We've been at many of their family events and we really do care about our team. If costs are increased further, however, my son and I will close our doors, meaning the loss of these essential family jobs. And that will be really sad for San Jose and for our team. There's many misconceptions about what it means to own a franchise. We did this because we care. We wanted part of a team, part of a local environment. We support local high schools, churches, fundraisers, and lots of special needs groups. We care very much. We do train our staffs. We offer them vacations. One guy loves to gamble. We send him to Las Vegas once a year. He's been with us, been with that business 20 years. We do care. Please stand with local business.
Thank you. Next speaker. It looks like all of the speakers are done, so back to council.
Okay, thank you all very much for weighing in. I'm going to turn back to my colleagues. I know we have a couple colleagues in the back who no doubt are listening to the discussion and will be coming out momentarily. Quite a few hands up. I'm going to go to Councilmember Dewan first to begin our deliberation. Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to our colleagues and their thoughtful work on the June budget message and their respective memo. I want to recognize and thank the city staff for their input and their support, and all of you who took the time to attend our council meeting on the budget. I support the mayor June budget and his memo aimed to enhance the quality of life for all San Jose residents during the year that marked by significant challenges and projected shortfall. Mayor Mahan budget addressed the unsheltered residents, the safety of our constituents, our environment, and businesses that create well-paying jobs. Vice Mayor Kamei's recommendation is to support affordable housing, the trust program that help protect our mentally ill, and the East Side Education Initiative. I support her memorandum and her colleagues as well. My memorandum include Councilmember Batra addressing the homelessness audit, which provide clarity, ensure complete transparency, accountability, and effective use of our taxpayer funds to help us make informed decisions. We have a duty to our taxpayer. The duty is to be fiscally responsible. My memorandum also addressed the crucial needs for Med 30 to continue its mission to protect the lives of our first responders and the residents of this great city. With my previous conversation with our fire chief, with his support and commitment to our community and our resident by supporting Med 30. Our CMO stated that Med 30 is vital to ensuring the continuation of the San Jose Fire Department operation. At this point, I'd like to move to accept the Mayor June budget message to include all three memorandums and all amendments.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and included in that, I assume, just for everyone's clarity, we are hearing items 3.3 and 3.4 concurrently. We can take them all in one motion, which I think you've just offered. If we vote on them together, because 3.3 is a reallocation of measure, it requires a 2/3 vote, or at least 8 members of the council supporting. So just want to clarify, does your motion include the measure, the 3.3 reallocation?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay, as a single motion. Okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor with a second from Councilmember Batra. We'll now turn to Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank all the public for coming out today, and some of you came out yesterday as well for the hearing. It is really important to hear from the public and to know what your thoughts are about the budget. I also want to express deep gratitude to the staff, especially Jim Shannon and his team, for all of the sleep that you lose between January and June. And the city manager's office, city manager and Lee Wilcox in particular, for all of fielding all of our questions at, as I think you said, Mayor, all hours of the day and night, which they certainly do, and taking my calls on their commutes home sometimes. I also want to thank all of my colleagues, whether you're in my Brown Act or not. I have, these last 2 years, which are my final 2 years on council, I have never seen the entire council as involved in deep in the budget numbers as you all have been, and I'm just so grateful because I think our budget is better for it, even though it means Jim and his team loses more sleep. Sorry, Jim. I really appreciate the collaborative work of our Brown Act, and I think the June budget message addresses important immediate needs, particularly helping our unhoused folks with their basic needs and addressing our stormwater permit requirements, as well as on a personal note in my district, supporting business districts such as that one on the Alameda Business Association that is sort of reformulating itself and trying to become a property business improvement district. And I think our immediate needs have been balanced well with our longer term needs, such as planning for the 2026 events, which will bring hopefully a lot of economic development and TOT dollars to our city, as well as the most important thing, the permanent affordable housing, and funding it at least $40 million, which may be more, hopefully, given revenues that we're hoping to come in. And I think we've gotten a good balance with that, in addition to setting ourselves up well for future years. So with that, I'd like to craft a motion, but I have a couple of questions while I'm doing that. So I guess I'll ask my questions and then I'll try to craft a motion at the end so it's a little bit easier for our clerk. Regarding the JUN Batra memorandum the joint memorandum, I have a question on item 2B about the define and list all additional responsibilities the city has taken up outside of those legally required in item 2A for the past 5 years. Lee, if you could comment on what that would take in terms of workload and also what that would do with our relationship with our other governmental entities, because I know that we get funding. We also coordinate on the consolidated plan to end homelessness. Can you comment on that?
Happy to. Lee Wilcox, Assistant City Manager. I don't want to forecast what it would do to our relationships as an absolute, but I certainly think that level of work to go out and audit and try and draw a line on who does what would be very time intensive and probably costly for the momentum that I think, us, the county, and other partners are making in that. With that said, it is a very complex shared service delivery system that we see across the city, federal, state, and county. There are no exact lines. It's blurred and it's different in every location, whether it's the Bay Area, South Bay. So it is unique. We tried to cover a bit of this in the study session that Omar Passons and the team led. What I can do is, from the city staff perspective, is any of the new council members that want to dig in and really understand the community plan and homelessness and kind of the shared responsibility and what sits where, we can certainly do that offline and spend time with each of you because it is a very complex shared delivery system.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That takes care of, really, from my perspective, most of item 2. I do think, as you said, it is a very complex system, and it's more like a web and conversations and collaboration and coordination as opposed to just legal responsibilities. And I don't know that it makes sense to try to untangle that in a memo or an info memo when it's something that changes on a regular basis based on conversations, and also the way that state funding or even federal funding can change and be redirected. So while I appreciate the sentiment from the JUN Batra memo for number 2, I don't feel like I can include that because it's not something that is very cut and dried. Also, Jim, if you could comment on the account for all funds related to the $302 million of taxpayer funding spent so far on homelessness. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon, everybody. Jim Shannon, the city's budget director. So when we engage with the state housing audit over a multi-month period, they certainly dug into our financial records, and we had a lot of back and forth with staff. I think one of the key findings that they had was that there was no misspending of the funds, or there was no inappropriate use of funds. I wish they would have highlighted that more in the audit report. Certainly they had issue of the effectiveness of those funds and more comprehensive reporting, which we agree with, and we've taken steps to make those happen. I would say that for those, as we engage over sort of weeks and weeks with the state housing audit folks who weren't really familiar with the municipal budgeting side of things, we had to sort of get more sort of proactive because they were getting all the details. We weren't coming up with sort of what the big picture was. And so I actually had to have Bonnie Duong, our assistant budget director, sort of get in there and help provide. So over that 3-year period, we pulled out all of the data by program and by fund, gave it to the state housing auditors. And so I think we have that. I think we did that accounting, and I think the state auditor maybe didn't like how that process worked, which is certainly fair. But I think the accounting of funds was sort of comprehensive and was provided to that state housing audit. I don't know if we would learn anything new because we already provided that by program and by funding source.
Great, thank you so much. I do have a question for Joe Royce, the city auditor. So as you're making your way down, I'll move on to my next question. Let's see. Oh, I did want to ask, Lee, about the MBA about the quakes, MBA number 20. Do we have a tentative agreement with the quakes and with the county?
No, we are actually working on negotiations back and forth on that right now.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify, there's some items in the analysis, particularly curbs, gutters, sidewalks, some other items in there. Those are still under discussion, am I correct?
Those are still under discussion, yes.
Okay, I want to be clear when I make the motion that that we're making the motion for the recommendation and not the additional items that are in there that kind of make it sound like there's already deal points that have been decided.
That is correct. I mean, I think the spirit of that MBA is just to update the council on kind of where we were at in the direction. It wasn't to put anything in the analysis. It was just to kind of paint a picture of where we were at. And really where we're at in those discussions are trying to guarantee the same safeguards for the city that the county has with the quakes through that memorandum.
Yeah, I think that makes sense because we don't want to spend $6 million and not have anything to show for it.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Joe. So I'll go back to the Dewan Batra memo. For item number 3, it directs you, Joe, to do add some items to the audit that I believe you're already doing. This is very prescriptive, so I just want to ask you if these are things that that you need included in the motion for specificity, or if you kind of have a sense of how that audit's going to go and what you can include from this list.
So thank you for the question. This is Joe Roy, City Auditor. Parts of this are very, as you said, prescriptive and fairly straightforward. For example, 3A talks about exploring the departmental structure across the different work streams and assessing coordination and benchmarking as well, which is something we often do in all our audits. 3C is looking at data, providing some historical performance and other data. Part B around kind of the feasibility, potential benefits, consequence of consolidating services is a straightforward question. It's not the typical sort of audit question we get, but it's something we could look into. I would want a bit more, I don't know if it's discussion, but clarification on 3A, just so council's fully aware and on the same page of what the direction is, because the language in the recommendation about assessing coordination and looking at departmental structure sounds pretty straightforward, but the body of the memo has some language that goes a little beyond that. For example, on page, what's the page of that? Well, in the section about audit of homelessness, it says the memo directs our city auditor to conduct an audit of San Jose's homelessness response to identify any improvements and recommendations that would improve our ability to prevent and end homelessness and improve our ability to respond to consequent quality of life issues. And a little later it says highlights the need for a comprehensive audit to optimize our resources and departmental structure. So if it is a question of at that program level, how are we coordinating across programs and work streams, that's one body of work. If you read it a little more closely and it reads this comprehensive audit digging into each of the programs, that's a much bigger audit. For example, I was just looking at the housing department's budget pages, and under the homeless response and solutions core service, there's 8 program areas, and in the PRNS budget, there's 2 program areas around abatements. So the question is, and it would be helpful if everybody was on the same page, for especially me as we do the work, understanding that depth of review we're looking at. If it is that coordination of work streams, how is, for example, PRNS coordinating with housing or whoever's handling the lived-in vehicles, what have you? That's one body of work. If the expectation is to dive deep into each of these program areas, that's a much broader set of, that's a bigger audit that would take much longer and more resources. So that's just that's something I would want clarification on from all so everybody's on the same page.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. And so just to clarify, you said item B is not something that you normally do. Item A, I'm going to lean toward coordination of work streams, and we can hear from others about their thoughts on whether it needs to be a deeper a deeper audit that would take longer, I'm assuming, and require more resources. And then, I'll say this: I'm a little bit loath to even have you go deeper, and the reason is because we have a relatively new deputy city manager for homelessness, and we have I'm going to say very new, Eric, director of housing, and so things may change even as you're doing the audit, so it doesn't seem like it makes a lot of sense to go super deep when I know things are going to change. Lee, it looks like you want to say something, and Jennifer looks like she wants to say something
Well,
too.
I will defer to my boss.
Good answer, Lee. Anyway, I just do want to clarify in this report, it talks about the individual city departments reporting their outcomes to council through numerous reports, and we do recognize that that has not been a very efficient way to communicate. And starting this fall, we are going to give a consolidated view with all of the involved departments, so that will be something coming, and which then can help us understand our service delivery system better, our outcomes, and we can make adjustments from there. But that is something we are already planning on doing.
So would you say, Jennifer, that item 3C is not needed?
Yeah, I think that we probably have given that in different ways, but I think it'd be best to see how this report comes together in the fall, and then the council can make a determination from there if they're getting what they need.
Okay.
But I wanted to make everybody aware that we do recognize the issue that's being brought up in this memo, and we are trying to address it already.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, apologies to all my colleagues. I know I did this last year too. It's the last time you have to deal with me on the budget, but I think I have one more question, and then I will be ready to make the motion, and it will be a long one. For the Kamei, Ortiz, Candelas, and Jimenez memo, for item 1B, I just have a question, Jim. If we say right now that we're going to reset the Measure E allocations, what would that action, how would that action impact the forecast for next year?
Yeah, so that we would not have that assumed reallocation in year 2. So the funding, the deficit would go up by about 1.7 million from where it currently is. So right now we have a $37.6 million shortfall in 25-26 projected. So absent anything else changing, that would go up to about 39.3 million.
Okay.
And then Jim eliminates the future deficit reserve.
Yeah. So the future deficit reserve goes away, and the other sort of waterfall transactions from that. So the leftover funding we had would essentially go toward the future deficit reserve, so that automatically goes away, as well as the other reallocations that are in the proposed budget.
Okay. So maybe just to clarify, just to make sure everybody's on the same page, we started with a projected $37 million deficit, I'm just rounding, for the following year, 25-26. We had made a recommendation in the proposed budget to set aside $20 million to address that deficit on an ongoing basis, which brought it to 17. This action will bring it back to 39.3.
Okay.
Just I want to be super, so that everybody can follow the numbers.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I just also want to clarify, and I think this question might be for, actually I'm not sure who it's for, but I just want to clarify that if we keep the 2-year plan that's in the budget, that just means that next year is the only year that requires 6 votes for the budget or for Measure E. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the 24-25 is what the Actions Council taking today to appropriate 24-25 would take the 8 votes. For a reallocation 25-26, it would still require another 8 votes at that time, because we're only doing 24-25 right now.
Okay, so either way it requires 8 votes.
Correct.
Okay. All right, those are all my questions. So now I will make the motion. So I move item 3.3, the staff recommendation, and item 3.4, the mayor's June budget message for fiscal year 24-25, adding on the cleanup memo that the mayor, Councilmember Cohen, Torres, Foley, and I wrote, in addition to the memo from Councilmembers Dewan and Batra, item, I'm just going to say item 3, with clarification on just 3A, a clarification that we're talking about coordination of work streams as the report, and then items 5 and 6. And I do want to call out and thank the council members for prioritizing the identification of funding strategies to support the police air support unit in next year's budget, and that's item 6. And then on Vice Mayor Kamei's and Council Members Ortiz, Candelas, and Jimenez's memo, I'll move item 1A with the clarification that we're talking about when it says if additional general fund or Measure E, and I would add or affordable housing fund revenues become available in excess of the amount needed, et cetera, and that's for 1A. And then item 2, I'll move that, and then let's see, Councilmember Batra's single signer memo from June 11th, and then I want to make I have a motion for trust, and let me go to Councilmember Ortiz's memo from today, and that's item 1A. And then for item B, we're just going to fund trust for 1 year. So for item B, amend the 780 to be actually 230. If I did my math correctly, that gets to 450 for 1 year. For trust, with additional direction that city staff coordinate with the county and ensure that this trust team is dedicated to the city of San Jose, either to expand additional hours or to expand on peak hours as needed, and that so that the trust team is available just for the city of San Jose that we're funding, and that the county provides us an annual report on the number of trust calls, the average wait times for callers, the response times in the field, and response outcomes, hopefully not only for just this additional trust van, but all of the trusts that we have in our city. And then also with the caveat that if the funds are not expended because a new team was not able to be hired by December 31st of 2024, that the funds get reallocated back to their original intended uses. And then one last item, the clarification on MBA number 20, that we are just moving the recommendation, and that you will come back to us with identified funds as well as terms of agreement, right?
Second. Or was that a substitute motion?
That is a substitute motion, yes.
Okay.
Councilmember, Mayor, sorry, could I clarify one thing? I think, Councilmember, I think you were intending to move the Measure E reallocation as described in the June budget message. Is that correct?
As it's amended by the budget
It's slightly
message,
different than what the staff recommendation is. So I think for 3.3, I think you're moving recommendation A3, which would align to the June budget message allocation.
Thank you, I appreciate that clarification.
Okay.
Got all that, Tony?
We can rehash it. Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Really helpful. I've got notes here as well if we need to repeat it for anyone. Makes a lot of sense. Appreciate the questions and you walking through that. And also support the motion, the substitute motion. Okay, we're going to continue with our discussion. It was substitute motion was seconded by Councilmember Foley, who's up next.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Davis, for your well-crafted final budget motion. I want to thank the members of the public who were here yesterday. I listened to every word that you all said very thoughtfully and intently. I always come to these things having not necessarily a preconceived notion. I listen to what people have to say to me and I react to that. So I want to thank you for the many of you I see from yesterday are here again today. So you had late nights just like we did, and thank you for coming back and sharing your thoughts. Clearly the issues that are important to you, you're very passionate about, and I want you to share that. Thank you for coming here again. I also want to thank Jim Shannon and his team. I know as soon as we adopt this budget, you're back again working on the mid-years and then next year's budget, so there's seldom time off for the budget office, but I am truly grateful for the time and energy that you and your staff put into the work. I also want to thank the city manager, Lee Wilcox, and her team. They're all very thoughtful about crafting the budget, and I want to thank the mayor for including me in his Brown Act and really taking a collaborative approach to how the budget, his initial budget message, and then this June message came to be, listening to all of the Brown Act and how the influence that we had and the discussions we had that were important to us. What's really difficult, this is a tough fiscal year. We've heard about the stormwater permit, which was a surprise to us, I would say 6 months ago, but it was a surprise that we had to deal with immediately because it's critical that we obtain a stormwater permit and then we avoid any future penalties. So it's a humanitarian humanitarian issues that will result from being able to remove the unhoused into housing as quickly as possible, but the pressure on us was really from the stormwater permit, and that was an unexpected expense. We already knew we were going to have a structural deficit. We have one-time carryover funds. We already knew our budget was in the red. When we got the stormwater numbers, that made it even worse. So decisions were made. Or choices had to be made. I appreciate the thoughtfulness of the budget presented by the city manager and the careful list of things that we could cut if we were really passionate about adding something back in. And you hear that in the motion that was made, that some of the things didn't make the initial budget, but have been added in by using cuts in other areas. And I think that's how you have to have a budget. We all have competing interests. We all have issues that are a concern to us that we're passionate about, that we wanted to make sure that we maintained services for our residents. We wanted to make sure that we retained our employees. We wanted to, so this budget really allows for a minimum impact on the reduction in the workforce. It's tremendous that we were be able to freeze or maintain the workforce that we have given the budget that we had. We didn't see a lot of programs cut, which was also tremendous. Maybe some of the arts organizations and other organizations we support didn't get funded to the higher level, but that was all because we were looking at a thoughtful budget that addressed all of the needs of our community while focusing on the focus areas that are important to our residents, to end unsheltered homelessness, to improve public safety, which includes a lot of different areas, including my favorite, which is Vision Zero, and many of you know that, but that's all keeping pedestrians safe, cleaning up blight, and then economic development. They actually all go together to improving the city, improving the quality of life. So we had limited funds, choices had to be made, and we had competing interests, and I want to share a couple of things that were important to me as a council member and a representative of my community that I was really happy to get added back in. And one was The original budget called for reducing Viva Parks and Viva Calle. I don't know how many of you went to Viva Calle on Sunday. I had a competing interest, so I wasn't able to go, but I heard it was wildly successful. Viva Parks are something that come to the community and energize a neighborhood park and bring the community out in celebration in community. That's important from a community standpoint, from a public safety standpoint. It's a get to know you, know your neighbor's opportunity. So we were able to add that back in, and it wasn't a huge amount. The other thing, and someone was critical of this yesterday of me, but I'm or maybe not knowing it came from me, but now you know it's going to come from me, is the funding of the fitness centers. Our fitness centers were slated to be closed, not a huge budget item, but the reason it's important to me is, number one, I am the city council liaison to the senior commission. The health of our seniors, of our older adults, is extremely important to me and to this council. And we know that the pandemic really caused difficulties with many of our seniors because of isolation. With our fitness centers open, seniors are able to work not on their physical health, but on their emotional well-being and making and maintaining friendships. I heard stories from women who'd lost their spouses during the pandemic, who took them a couple of years, ended up in the fitness centers, and are so happy because now they have friends. That, to me, will affect their mental health and affect their ability to be happy and thriving as they age with grace, and as we all hope to age with grace. Not a big item, but I appreciate being able to clean that up with the cleanup memo that we filed. I want to thank all of the council members for their thoughtful memos, and in particular Trust. I've also been received some criticism for not speaking publicly yesterday against Trust or for Trust, although none of us spoke yesterday, so aside from not being in the Brown Act, I don't know how I'd be able to express my support, except that I was the only council member on this dais currently, probably because most of you weren't even here at that time. In December 2022, I submitted a letter to the Board of Supervisors in support of Trust and looking to continue to expand the program. So my support for Trust goes way back. No one should question that. One thing I will say, I was not council member at this time, but in 2014, there was a young Cambrian resident named Diana Showman who was experiencing a mental health emergency. Police did respond, and it did not end well. Ms. Showman walked out towards the police with an object in her hand, looked like a gun, and a single shot ended her life. She was 19 years old. So Trust works. I truly hope that we have a team that is in place in the next 6 months, and then we analyze it and see where we can go with Trust in the following year. So I'm grateful for all of the memos, all of the thoughtfulness. I do want to restate them just for the purpose of my colleagues, because while the motion, it's just quickly, because I know everybody was taking notes, and I'm not going to write down every language thing that Councilman Davis said, but it's the mayor's message, it's the joint memo from Mayor Mahan, Councilmember Cohen, Davis, Torres, and myself. It's from the Dwan Batra memo. It's item 3, which is the audit, and item 6 and 5 and 6. It includes Councilmember Batra's single memo.
It's 3A, but go ahead, finish, and then I'll
Okay, you can correct me. Obviously we all have tried to make notes. On the joint memo, Vice Mayor Kamei, Ortiz, Candelas, and Jimenez, item 1A. Did you include item 2?
And 2.
Item
Rec
2,
1A
and that's
and Rec
it,
2.
item 1A and 2. And then in the trust, funding, or I wrote trust across the top, Councilmember Ortiz memo today, funding it for 1 year, $450,000, funds to be expended by the end of this year, and then a report back from the county with data. Is that pretty much,
pretty
or did I
close.
miss one?
It also includes the BATRA single signer memo. So
Yes, I said
BATRA
that,
single
yeah.
signer is in. On trust, it's a 1-year funding with 220 coming pulled from the Ortiz Blue Memo 1A, which is the reduction in City Hall security, 230 coming from BSJ non-personal equipment expenses, dedicated to San Jose, deployed by December 31st, so the funds go back to their original source here, original use. And then the reporting, as Councilor Davis outlined. And then I do just want to clarify, it also includes item 3.3, Rec A1 from the staff memo, just to make sure we're all clear on that.
Great.
And from
Sorry,
Dewan Batra, I
Mayor,
think
that's
we...
A3.
I'm sorry?
That's A3 from item 3.3.
A3? A1 and A3, or just A3?
So A3.
A3 from, on item 3.3, staff.
Correct.
Staff memo. A3, sorry. And on the Dewan Batra, I think Councilor Foley said this, but it is 3A with the focus on coordinating city work streams and Rec 5 and Rec 6.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm sure
with that,
we'll repeat it
again, with that, again, thank you. I'll just wrap it up. Mayor, thank you all for being here, and I look forward to the conversation of the rest of my colleagues. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilor Foley. Appreciate that. Councilor Ortiz?
Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to begin my comments by recognizing the over 250 members of the public that came to speak at yesterday's public hearing, as well as those residents who made it out today to express their thoughts on what we all agree to be a very challenging budget cycle. Likewise, I just want to share my sincere thanks with Budget Director Jim Shannon, City Manager Jennifer McGuire and her team, Mayor Mahan, and of course his budget team, who I know is in the audience, our Budget Brown Act and our staff, as well as the other Budget Brown Act for their work, and just all the department staff that have aided in crafting today's budget. I do have a few comments to make, and then I will make a request for a friendly amendment. But this is the first of a series of years where we will be facing multi-million-dollar deficits and be forced to balance the very pressing needs of our community and the fiscal health of our city. It's sad, and there'll certainly be deep cuts felt among our residents, but my priority is ensuring that San Jose working families are kept afloat and have the resources needed to survive in the face of gentrification and financial adversity. Time and time again, political leadership continues to force our city's working families to fight over scraps, right? By pushing narratives that working poor are bleeding the city's coffers. The reality is that we owe the functions of this city to working people. Our streets, our buildings, our parks, our infrastructures are all literally built on the backs of working people's labor. And not that of CEOs, not that of developers, and certainly not that of fast food corporations. We made a promise to the working people of San Jose, and we're faltering on this, clearly reflected in our spending priorities. And there are often references to outdated housing policies of the status quo, but the only status quo I remember seeing is that of short-sighted city leaders who pushed off the issues of homelessness, lack of housing, and rising costs of rent to our current and future generations. To the point where a large portion of the people my age and the youth who will follow my generation will never be able to afford to live in the community that they grew up in. New challenges posed by the stormwater permit have twisted our arms and forced us to cough up funding to implement this plan. But as we make these commitments, I feel the need to remind everyone that without the 3 Ps of housing, production, preservation, and protection, we're left spinning our wheels and helping no one. I want to be clear. The current strategy of prioritizing EIHs over affordable housing isn't ending the crisis of homelessness. It's hiding it. Let's call it what it is. It is a bridge to nowhere. Seeing the reality of the situation, the memo written by our BA group accepts, although tentatively, the proposed funding categories for Measure E, with specific direction to return with analysis of funding availability to restore NOFA waitlisted projects, therefore providing some recovery for our community. This recommendation ensures prudency, being mindful of difficulties to finance affordable housing. This past year, the Council voted unanimously to approve the tenant preference policy, prioritizing new units to the working class residents of our city that are at risk of displacement. It was an exciting day, but I reflected on how easy it was to do so. Ultimately, supporting tenant preference means nothing if it isn't matched with a strong commitment for ongoing building of affordable housing. Although there are tentative funding sources on the horizon, such as the BAFA bond, we can't bank on money that we do not have. So our original memo did ask to trigger and reopen the conversation that brings us back to funding categories that are balanced than what we're accepting to meet the challenges of today. And furthermore, the memo works to identify funding for trust, which I've heard many people come and speak in support of, which responds to residents during urgent mental health or substance use situations. The reality is that our police department is at its lowest levels of staffing, and we're often deploying San Jose Beautify teams to situations that may endanger them. A San Jose Trust team will serve to fill gaps in service and give reprieve to our hardworking San Jose Police Department officers and city staff who are often deployed to situations that honestly shouldn't involve them. An investment in trust will certainly foster a safer, more compassionate city. Finally, our memo includes a strong yet incomplete investment in the Eastside Education Initiative to provide parity for students in Eastside school districts, which span various council districts. Investment in youth, especially those reeling from the learning loss of the pandemic, require that element of support. Time and time again, investments in youth have demonstrated their return on investment and provided access to socioeconomic opportunities often not afforded to youth of these zip codes, especially the zip codes in District 5, 8, 7, 3, and 2. So I just want to speak to why we put the trigger in the memo. So we're not generally against, if anything, we don't want the city to have a shortfall. And we're supportive of if we get to next year and we don't have the funding that we need in order to make sure that we could balance the budget, we're committed to supporting the asks in order to make sure we're compliant, whether it's with the Clean Water Act or to make sure that we're not in a budget shortfall. But we feel it's important, and I think our entire Brown Act feels that way, we feel it's important to have that conversation on an annual basis. We deliberate on the budget every year entirely, so we should do that for all things, including in Measure E. And before we went into this meeting, we've all agreed to stand strong on that situation. And we need 8 people to pass a Measure E funding plan. And if all 4 of us feel this way, then I can only, even at most, if everybody else on the council supported it, that'd only be 7 votes. So we're asking for a friendly amendment, not to put this city in a situation where we're in the shortfall, just to make sure we're having the conversation as a board entirely as the voters of the city of San Jose asked.
Thank you. I just want to comment. So we've clarified in my conversation that with Jim that it will still need 8 votes next year, and so resetting just changes. My understanding of it is that resetting just changes what the deficit looks like. It doesn't change what the discussion is. So you'll still have a discussion next year. and it will still need 8 votes to do that. Jim, did I catch that correctly?
Correct.
So I guess I didn't disinclude it because I thought it was unnecessary, or because I thought it was not a good idea, but because it was unnecessary, it's already going to happen. The conversation will already happen and need 8 votes.
Looking at my members of the Brown Act, I feel like, in that case, it's more of like an accounting trick than it is actually triggering the maintaining of the spending, right? Because if we got to re-deliberate over it, why don't we just leave it in its sum?
We're not able to vote. As I understand, maybe Jennifer can explain, we're not actually able to allocate. This year, we're not able to vote on an allocation of next year. We will have to re-vote and have a 2/3 vote again next year for the Measure reallocation regardless.
Yeah, so yes,
I think that rec is not.
Well, I'm going to confirm that you're only voting for this year's budget, you're not voting for next year's budget. But this does, in the recommendations that are in the budget, to be clear, it does signal an intent to use Measure E. So it would come off the top as we do our projections for next year if you approved our recommendation. But it won't happen until the council does the vote, and it has to be the 2/3 vote. And there could be different direction throughout the year, but it is something, it just, at this point, affects those projections for 25, 26. And so that's how it is. But you only, per our charter, we do annual appropriations.
So question for Jennifer then,
Sure.
City Manager. So what's the purpose of us having the signal? Do we have to have the signal? Is that a requirement?
It's not a requirement. This is a policy decision. So it's about how we enter into next fiscal year with an understanding either we're going to automatically account in our forecast with the use of these Measure E funds, thereby having an effect, if all things being equal, which they won't, starting out our planning for the following fiscal year with about a $17 million deficit, or we start planning the following year with a $39 million deficit. Either way, we have to put a menu of options to resolve either one of those deficits. If it's a $39 million deficit, we very well may have to revisit Measure E. I know that nobody wants to hear that, but it may be that way if the trade-offs are too hard to bear related to the service cuts that might have to come with that. But again, a lot can happen in a year as well, and as we are starting to look at our forecast. So it's really about our planning, in my eyes, for the 25-26 fiscal year and how we initially approach that planning, if that makes sense.
Well, looking at my colleagues on the Brown Act, I don't see anybody fault, unless Vice Mayor would like to say. Do you like to speak? No? Yeah, well.
I can wait my turn.
Okay. I don't, so is that a denial of the friendly amendment?
So I'd like to hear from all of our colleagues before I make a decision, if that's all right.
All right. Thank you, Dev.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Cohen.
Yeah, thank you, and I want to thank everyone for the rigorous conversation that such a process deserves. And I want to thank everyone that was involved in crafting the budget this year and getting us to this point. Of course, that pretty much includes everyone on city staff, because every department, every part of the city was part of figuring out how we were going to balance this year's budget. And everybody sacrificed a little bit in their departments to get us to this point. In particular, of course, the budget office, Jim, and your team. While I know that, as it was pointed out earlier, you start right away, I take a few days off after the budget passes. I hope you will. I want to thank the members of the public engaged with us at community meetings, sending us emails, having in-person meetings with us individually, and of course being at the council hearings that we've had over the last couple of months. Overall, I don't want to repeat much of what's been said. I can't say any of this details about the budget better than Councilmember Davis did. She did a great job of summing up the complex process, how we got here, and how we worked in a collaborative and thoughtful way as an entire council this year, which I agree with her is really, really important in terms of how we govern the city. I appreciate all of the thoughtful discussions we've had leading up to this point, and that we were able to provide services to our local residents. I don't want to overlook the fact that we had a few $1 million of essential service reserves that we all, as a council, were part of allocating to important street improvements, park improvements, neighborhood services for our own districts. And that's an important part to just call out as part of this process. That's all getting approved as we approve this budget. I'm really glad that we were able to find ways as we came to the end of the process to restore Viva Parks and Viva Calle to last year's level. These are programs that are really important to the residents in our districts, that we were able to keep the fitness centers open for our seniors. During difficult budget years, parks are among the first things to be cut, and obviously there were some cuts proposed, but we found a way to prevent those cuts. That and libraries as well. I'm very pleased that our work to expand library hours 2 years ago, which has been very well received by our residents, has been preserved, and we will still have 7-day-a-week service and really great work that our library department's doing, and we were able to avoid any more than minor cuts to our libraries. I'm thankful we were able, in the memo, our cleanup memo that we wrote, able to express our continued commitment to our climate goals. I am, as everyone knows, personally committed to making sure that our Climate Smart Group has the resources it needs to achieve our ambitious 2030 target. And I am cognizant of the fact that strict reading of the budget does include a lower level of one-time funding for non-personal spending in the Climate Smart department this year. I know that our scrappy Climate Smart team will continue to seek outside funding through grants to make sure progress continues to be made towards our council's goals. And in the motion, we made sure to reinforce that through a statement that to direct the city manager to, quote, ensure that work continues on previously approved city council direction regarding climate smart activities and in alignment with San Jose's Clean Energy Program's roadmap. I'm excited that for the first time we are able to begin funding programs through San Jose Clean Energy. We are now at the point where we're going to be investing millions of dollars in electrification and other activities that we couldn't do before. We're still behind other CCAs because we started later, but now we're at the point where we can begin providing rebates to our residents to phase out gas appliances as the state moves to phase out gas appliances statewide. So I'm excited that this year's budget includes the final adoption of the use of Clean Energy's funds for these programs. So there's a lot in this budget that I'm very proud of, that I think we should be proud of as a city. And I'm very appreciative for the work of my colleagues to make sure that we found a way to fund some expansion of the trust program, which we all believe is really important for the residents of our city. Hopefully we'll get to the point where we can have more trust teams that can cover more hours, but I think the incremental increase this year is something that we should be excited about. So that's all I'm going to. Those are my comments. I'm interested in continuing to hear the rest of my colleagues, but I think we've crafted a budget that really does meet the needs of all of our city services and continues to focus on some of the major investments in homelessness and cleanliness and public safety, but also continues to focus on our neighborhood services of libraries, parks, and infrastructure. So I'll wrap up my comments there.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Kamei.
Thank you so much. And, I appreciate and want to thank my Budget Brown Act. I know we had a lot of sort of going back and forth, much like the other Brown Acts that did the same thing. I want to thank the mayor for his thoughtfulness and really trying to bring our whole council together. And I want to thank his Budget Brown Act, who also, had been very collaborative in terms of trying to find ways in a really difficult time with so many competing interest priorities. And I know that this was a difficult year because of the stormwater situation, and we are in a crisis. And my feeling is that careful evaluation on how we do the trade-offs and priorities is very important. I want to thank our city manager for also being available at any time, also the assistant city manager and the budget director and your staff at any time that we had questions about even the most tiniest little thing. You were always available, so I appreciate that greatly. I have always believed that the Measure E funds should have a continuum from the production of houses all the way to emergency interim houses, and we need to continue that pipeline as long as we possibly can. I think that in terms of the item, our memo of 1B, it's important. It's important not only to signal to the staff that on an annual basis, don't make the assumption that we're going to just use this Measure E money to be able to fund the more immediate items, and let the production side just sort of languish. And those are my own opinion. I think that it is important, if we got to vote on it anyway, to give staff the signal now that don't make the assumption that the Measure E dollars are going to automatically go in the same direction. I think that this year we have other opportunities in the pipeline, and we know that it's going to take a long time to get there. I'm going to do as much as possible to fight for the regional housing measure. I thank my colleagues for endorsing it, and we're all going to work really, really hard to make sure that we get our share of the dollars that will help the entire situation on housing. But I really do think that, if this is only a planning decision, then I think that saying that we're going to plan for this next year and not assume it for the next year is what is needed. I know that it's not comfortable to think that you're going to be in a deficit, but I also think that we need to continuously be looking at and evaluating these things on an annual basis and making those decisions. I get that we're not going to make a decision on next year's budget, but we do have a commitment to have these buckets of continuously doing production, prevention, we need to keep them going. I get that we are prioritizing emergency interim housing. It is a crisis. Yes, I want to do it, but I think that we need to reevaluate it on an annual basis with every budget cycle. So I'm going to ask for the friendly amendment to add in the 1B, and I feel sad that we're not able to find the funds to be able to get the trust team to be at least for 2 years. This is an area that I think we are seeing an increase in mental illness in many different cases. I think COVID did a lot to our community and to other, many surrounding communities as well. And this is something that I think that we desperately, desperately need. I think that it's one of those things that we cannot afford not to invest in it. And I'm willing to take the first, the 1 year, but I also would like to, as part of the friendly amendment, ask staff to look into whether or not we can take some of the opioid dollars in the future as you're planning for next year, because I think that this is going to be in our community for a very, very long time. I also think that it also assists when there's a situation in our encampments or situation in our EIHs where it's really more appropriate for a trust team to show up as opposed to the police, where they can deal with those situations. So with that, I would ask for that friendly amendment. If it's not going to make that much different, then why not just do it on an annual basis?
So I'm going to turn to Councilor Davis, because I hear that again as a friendly amendment. I also do just want to note, regardless of which way we go, we have to do on an annual basis the entire debate and have the vote, and it requires the council policy. I shouldn't say it requires. It's not the it's not the ballot measure that requires this, but the current council policy calls for a 2/3 vote to change the baseline threshold. The only difference is, do we come in projecting a $39 million deficit or a $17 million deficit? So let me turn to Councilmember Davis on the friendly amendment.
Yeah, thank you. I see that to get to 8, I can count. We'll need to accept the request to include item 1B, and I just want to be clear, I'm not going to be here. What it means is more work for staff on the front end, which may be fine in terms of doing the forecasting and figuring out which cuts come from library and parks and PD and fire. That's what's going to happen. So I'm fine accepting that friendly amendment. The question I have about the second part of your friendly amendment, first of all, is the first part of the friendly amendment accepted by my seconder?
For 1B, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then regarding the opioid dollars, can you talk a little bit about that, Jim, what the opioid dollars are used for now, what the requirements are for it, and whether this is an acceptable use?
Yeah, I think I'll start, and then Nora can correct me. I know that the opioid prevention funds need to be used specifically for sort of opioid mitigation and prevention for that drug. I think what what we understand is what Trust can respond to is sort of a pretty broad range of sort of mental health issues, not just opioid itself. And so having that additional time to see what percentage of time would be spent on, say, opioid response would be helpful for that. But I don't know if Nora, is that comply with our conversation?
Yes, it's fair. The settlement on the opioids, and just for background, in around 2019, the city decided to join the litigation so that we would have a seat at the table and we would be able to receive monies directly and make decisions for the city and not just have the money going through the county. So the amount of money that we get is much less than the county receives. The types of services that can be used, that money can be used for, are really tailored more for counties because a lot of them are medical services and things like that. That said, and we have to report to the state every year on how we use the money. We've only started to use some of this money, and right now there's a lot. But some of the settlements only last 6 years. There are smaller ones coming online. Some of them are going to last 18 years. So the money's going to vary. But if the calls can be structured in such a way that it's related to a drug crisis, and we see those in litigation at times where people are clearly on meth, they have a gun, things like that. That might be the type of thing that we could use the opioid money for. If we don't get it approved by the state, the use by the state, then we have to pay it back. So we'll be careful, but I think it's definitely the kind of thing that might pass muster and we should look at.
Okay, so go ahead.
I was just going to say we are partnering with the county on 988, and kind of the capacity of that program and these type of programs to better understand how we implement some of these. So from the opioid point of view, how those calls come in either to 911 or 988 and how they're cataloged would be really important for us to look at that, so we can look at that. We also don't know how the county plans to implement Prop 1 that passed in March. And there's a host of money at the state level that would be available for expansion of not only Trust, but PERT and other programs. So this will be a body of work that we look at over the next year in conjunction with the county and report back to you all.
Thank you. And in conversations with, just for my colleagues' edification, in conversations with supervisors as late as today, there's not agreement on whether trust is effective as some other models that they're trying out. So that's why I think funding it for 1 year, ensuring that they can hire, and ensuring that we get some data back about its effectiveness is the most prudent way to go. So that's kind of where the genesis of the motion came from. So in answer to your question, Vice Mayor, about the second part, it sounds like that's something that can be explored, so I'm happy to add that to the motion.
Yeah, and it's just directing staff to take a look at it. Right. Yeah.
Okay, so we have, for those keeping score, we've added 1B plus the additional direction of staff that was just outlined. And is the seconder okay with that? Yes, that's fine. Okay, great. Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor. We're going to move on to Councilmember Condellis.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I too want to begin my comments thanking everybody who came out today, and as well as yesterday. We had a robust listening session, and I think it's important for for our city, for our leadership to be able to hear from residents, not just here on the dais, but also in our community. And I know the mayor came out to District 8, and I held a town hall on the budget and received plenty of feedback from residents on what's important to them. And in addition to that, I also wanted to thank Jim Shannon, the administration, City Manager McGuire, for your help with not just our Budget Brown Act, but for helping clarify questions on, what will this trigger, what will this do. It's critically important as we're, trying to make the sausage, if you will, to get all that information and to get it in black and white. And so, I appreciate the comments from my colleagues as we work to get to somewhere where we can meet our obligations for our stormwater permit requirements, while also committing to our residents that affordable housing is important for us, a quote-unquote all of the above approach. I know that there's a strong sense of urgency from folks who are dying on our creeks, on our waterways, in RVs, whether you're in Thompson Creek or on Neiman Boulevard or on Mount Pleasant Road in my district. I know my residents have let me know the importance of being able to do things now, while at the same time recognizing that it is interim, it is temporary. The solution is somewhere for them to go after they get abated or get removed or get forced to move. And that's critically important for us. And there's, the reason why our Brown Act is so adamant on having that robust dialogue next year is because there's so many unknowns, there's so many variables with regards to the BAFA money, the regional bond possibility, the couple $2 billion that could go towards bolstering our strategy is not a certainty. And for us to, handcuff our ability to be able to make a budget next year is, I don't think any of us want that. But we recognize the need and the urgency to do something now. And so I appreciate, Councilmember Davis, for your listening to our Brown Act and hearing us out with regards to this specific issue. So thank you for that. And it's a lot of work, and I know I'm preaching to the choir here from the comments that I've heard so far. But it's also important, to point out that we're increasing the amount of money we're going towards from our Measure EPOT from 25% to 65%. That's important because we recognize the urgency that we need this year to implement some of the things that were being forced upon us by the Regional Water Board. But what's more important is to have this conversation next year because it may be completely different. It may be glass half full. Hey, we got $2 billion based on the regional housing bond. Great. We're sitting pretty, or it may be a drastic conversation, and that's a reality that we have to have and know going into this decision. So I appreciate the work of my colleagues, and I appreciate taking that into consideration. Yeah, I look forward to working on this with my colleagues in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Candelas. Let's go to Councilor Torres.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for our city staff for all the back and forth and of course, literally finding millions of dollars underneath rocks for this year's budget. I also want to thank our community for coming out, not only yesterday, but today. It truly means a lot that our community, whether you're on the right side or the other side, right? It's I don't want to say wrong side. You know, local democracy is the utmost importance to all of us on this dais. So, you know, I also want to thank Mayor Mahan and my colleagues on the Brown Act that I'm with, and that's obviously the mayor's Brown Act, because we were able to work together to find a consensus, and you're obviously hearing it today here on the dais. I also want to thank, I have deep appreciation to our arts organizations, our small businesses, and other stakeholders who have created vibrancy in our city of San Jose, and so we exceeded our sales tax. So it's definitely making it easier for me to vote for this budget, because for me, somebody who grew up facing housing insecurity, it's extremely important that we still continue to fund affordable housing in our city. That's our Northern Star, and it should always be our Northern Star. And so, however, we all know, we have a humanitarian crisis right in front of us, right in front of our businesses, right in front of our homes, in our creeks. And so this budget also calls for exploring safe sleeping locations, safe parking, and of course, tiny homes. And again, I'll be voting for this budget, because it funds four NOFA projects. 2 of 4 are in my district. And so my district, myself, we're committed to making sure that affordable housing is in our backyard. And so, again, it's not a perfect budget, but we know that we need multiple solutions to end this crisis. It is definitely the issue of our generation, and we must tackle it together. So, again, thank you everyone for coming out, and I'm looking forward to working with everyone to end this crisis together. So, thanks again.
Great, thank you, Councilor Torres. Let me turn to Councilor Jimenez.
Yeah, just first and foremost, say thank you to everyone. Kind of, you know, but I also just want to lift up a special thank you. You know, yesterday when we had what seemed like four and a half hours of comments, I was commenting to Councilmember Foley how if anyone that has come to speak before the council, it's a little intimidating. So I wanted to just say thank you to everyone that came. I know there were kids present, especially if you're speaking a different language. I can imagine it's a little intimidating. And so I just wanted to recognize that and say thank you for having the courage to come up and share your perspective, share your truth, and to really speak to us, because this is what it's all about. With regard to the budget, certainly going to touch on affordable housing very, very quickly. I think a lot's been said already, but just wanted to thank you, Mayor, for including some of the issues I know we lifted up as a District 2 office. We had a lot of traffic safety related issues that we were trying to get addressed during this last budget process, so very much appreciate your efforts in recognizing the importance of that. There was a lot of speed bumps that are going to get built in District 2 because of this, and so although that may seem very simple, I would say that as you all know, we get a lot of questions about that, and so the speed bumps for everyone in District 2, that's coming. The other thing I wanted to say is you heard some speakers from the Walnut Mobile Home Park. Just wanted to, I don't know if any of them are here, I don't see them anymore, but wanted to express a thank you to them for stepping up. Again, part of my community that you know, often has challenges sort of finding their voice and speaking up and really coming to the table to express their perspectives. I know my office, long before I was elected, even Oshkara's office was battling with some of the same issues. And so, with half a year left, I'm not quite sure how much progress we're going to make here, but I very much appreciate, Mayor, the down payment of $25,000. We hope to convene some of the stakeholders from the Wana Mobile Home Park. In addition, obviously, continue to talk to Beautify SJ and the folks from the Department of Transportation to figure out how that money can best be used. But I really do see it as a down payment. I think it's going to be an issue that's not going to go away anytime soon. And I think you all as a council and whoever follows me is going to need to try to work to lift up their voice and address some of the issues they've been having for many, many years. The other thing that I would say as it relates to the budget and housing specifically, I take a lot of pride in the fact that I believe District 2 has really been at the forefront of providing a lot of the housing for much of the unhoused community. I mean, I hear about it daily. Often, residents are complaining about some of the things that we see, but we're doing the right thing. And I think that's the tension that exists, is recognizing we need to do something for the folks in the mobile homes, in the RVs, as well as folks that are living on the street. Providing a place for them is very important to me. Obviously, I've supported those projects in District 2 and now even some parts that are now at District 10. But with that in mind, I also recognize we need to build housing, and so I appreciate the additional money that was flowing into Measure E. I think that's going to be very important, and think both of those things sort of don't work without the other. We often have lifted up some of these projects, at least in my district, especially some of the early ones, as temporary to a certain extent. But without the housing for those people to flow to, as Councilmember Ortiz said, it really is a bridge that we're building, but a bridge to nowhere because they have nowhere to go. And so that component of the puzzle, if you will, is very important to me. And so I appreciate the fact that we continue to sort of figure out how we can solve the homeless issue, but also recognize that housing plays such a critical role in addressing that. The other thing I would say is, and it wasn't expressed exactly as I'm about to say it, but I think that part of the concern that I gathered from my Brown Act as it related to the resetting of Measure E, if you will, after 1 year, is that if we didn't do that, if it was for 2 years, it sort of frames it up next year as if that is the road we're going to go down. And I think that's where some of my sensitivity came into it, recognizing obviously the budget implications or at least the projections. But I think that was a challenge. And we often see issues that come before us that I've seen over the years where we go down a particular path and we lift up a circumstance saying, well, we don't know if we're going to do it yet, but we're putting the train on the rails. But to me, the concern I have with that, and I think it applies here, is at what point does it become inevitable, right? Are we setting us up to go down that particular course? And I think that's where some of the hesitancy that you sense here exists. And additionally, as Councilmember Davis, I term out at the end of the year, and so I gave it a lot of deference to my colleagues that are going to be here next year having to have this fight. And so I'll be watching from the stands, but I recognize that's what they were interested in doing and thought it was important to do, and so I decided to stand firm with them because I think that's very important. There is one friendly amendment I want to make, and that is related to striking the mention of MBA number 7 from the June budget message. It's related to cannabis and some of the associated fees, and replacing that with the memo that was authored by my office, Councilmember Torres, Cohen, Ortiz, and Foley. I think this is it. Yeah, there's so many memos floating around. On June 7th. So effectively replacing or striking MBA number 7 mentioned in the June budget message and replacing it with this particular memo. Hopefully it's acceptable.
Yeah, I'm fine with doing it if we can do it in this
Yeah,
motion.
I just want to ask exactly, I'm also supportive. I think the question is, does this need to come up under fees and charges 3.5, or is it appropriate under 3.334?
And I'll admit that the way it was titled was 3.5, but I know I've had discussions since then with the city manager's office, specifically Lee Wilcox, that recommended we do it this way, but I'll attach it to whatever you like me to attach it to.
Yeah, it is referenced in my budget message, so
it is referenced in your budget message, so you guys
so
can take action to move that, is what the attorney's office had told us.
Yes, I think you can.
Okay, Nora?
Yes.
So we'll take it up here.
So if you accept that friendly
Yes.
amendment, I greatly appreciate
Yes.
it.
Great, and with the seconder?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great.
Wonderful. And with that, that's it. Thank you so much. Appreciate
Great.
it.
Thank you, Councilor Jimenez. I do want to give a special shout out to our, I know we still have a lot of time left this year together, but Councilor Jimenez, Councilor Davis both, who are terming out at the end of the year, I think there is a certain wisdom and clarity that comes with more years of service, and I appreciated, Councilor Davis being in the Brown Act and Councilor Jimenez's many very thoughtful budget documents, of which we were able to incorporate a lot, and we're going to make sure we name at least one of those speed bumps after you, Council Member. But in all seriousness, really appreciated your thoughtful input on the Walnut Mobile Home Park in particular, and that we've got a first step there, and years of leadership now on supporting both interim and affordable solutions together in balance. Okay, we've got a couple hands still up. Let's come around to Councilor Batra.
I want to also thank the Budget Department and all the people who worked on it, especially the public engagement, starting from the time when we got the budget message, March message. People have been engaged, they have been watching, and they have expressed their desires and needs. And I'm glad that the budget, which is finally presented here, is consistent with the priorities which were laid, the 4 priorities which were stated in the original budget message. And it has been accommodated, everything practically which could be possibly accommodated. I also want to thank for all the cost estimates which were provided, lots of them, and which allowed us to write our BDs. And as a result, we got some of those our BDs presented. So thank you very much for all the work which went into getting those cost estimates. I'm also glad to note that we kept the fitness centers, found a way to keep them going because the health and fitness is very important. And I know in Almaden Community Center, a lot of those seniors who regularly are there on the center, so it's very good. Keeping with the consistency of the talk about the fitness, even though it's not a budget item here, I just want to mention, in line with that, I'm trying to get $1 million from Congressman Panetta to provide pickleball courts, and our application has been given to them, and it is moved on to the next step of Appropriations Committee. If we get it, that would be a great thing for the seniors in District 10, first pickleball courts to appear. The other item which really I'm glad that you were able to fit it in is the trust team. We heard from the public here as well as in our private conversations. There has been a big belief that the trust teams will help in taking care of many of the personal incidents which people described to us. I hope the trust team funded actually delivers what the people have asked for and all the work which went into getting that done. One area which I'm seriously concerned about is that even though the budget has allocated right amount of monies here the best we could, homelessness issue is a big issue. It is taking a lot of resources, a lot of people, and also people are very skeptical about where the money is going and how effective it is. I know our finance department knows every dollar which was spent, but the public doesn't know in any form and shape where they could understand and believe it, that the money went to these people, these organizations, this is what they delivered. And as a result, there is a lot of skepticism. It might be because they haven't seen it. And as a result, that's why when we wrote in our memo, the item number 2C is to really provide the transparency and to win the trust of the people who are paying for all the money. And as a result, I would like to make a request or a suggestion that we should look into having 2C as an amendment, friendly amendment. But before I do that, let me comment on one other item. Item number 4 in our memo, was about Med 30. Last year, Councilmember Dawn and I preserved that Med 30 organization, and it saves life. You heard that from the comment from the people who are directly involved in. Plus, Councilmember Dawn has experienced it, has lived through it, and as a result, we wrote that in the memo for that purpose, to give it 8 months and then have a way to make this thing more permanent. Because this item has a huge impact on the safety of the firefighters and the public. So I think Mr. Dawn is going to be commenting soon. So I would like to make 2 friendly amendments. One, I would like to get 2C back in there so that we can win the confidence of the people that the money is going to the right places and it is going to the right organization, competent organizations, and we are getting the effective results from there. And also item number 4, I would suggest that we try to find a way to get it in. We've given you one way to get it done. So those would be the 2 friendly amendments, Councilmember Davis, I would request.
Just as Councilmember Davis thinks about that, on 2C and quote unquote accounting for all the funds and programs and so forth, Jim Shannon, could you just maybe repeat what we did share with the state auditor, what the findings were, and if there would be a way that would not take hundreds of hours of staff time to help the council better understand how dollars have been allocated? I'm a little concerned about the framing of like the money's unaccounted for, which we know is not the case. So can we just kind of clarify that as Councilor Davis is thinking?
So Mayor, before he gets into that, I want to make a point. It is not a clarification to the council member. Council member knows it. Sure. It is the clarification to the taxpayers whose money it is. Okay?
Understood.
So let's make that
it would be public either way, but understood. And then I'll turn to Councilor Davis for a response.
So thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember, for the question. Yeah, so I think, what the extensive process that we went through with the state auditor's office to provide the detailed transactional data. Then we provide them a holistic programmatic accounting and by a funding source, and then provided that over to them. I think they had found that there was no misspending of funds. They thought it was difficult to achieve that holistic approach, which we agree with, and on a going forward basis, we've already instituted some of the things, like for example, some of the budget programs in the budget are new this year to be able to more clearly identify those in PRNS and in housing. And so, I think that accounting was certainly done, and I know that there's interest and already efforts underway to make sure that we are providing that little easier accountability and easier view that the public can see on a going forward basis. I think we may have a comment on that.
Yeah, I certainly wanted to double down on that. I think looking back on the $302 million could take hundreds of hours, and quite frankly, some of that is entangled in how we report out to FEMA, the Treasury Department, because a lot of it was COVID or money that we got over COVID. So there's a lot of complications there. I certainly think, and we don't like to say that Eric is new anymore because we don't want to give him a pass, but a lot of this work is what we expect the Housing Department as well as Omar and Kip's team to be doing as we move forward. And it's not just an accounting of the dollars, but as we move into new contracts with service providers, as we partner with the county and look at all of the, if money's going to the county or it's coming from the state, it is a complicated service delivery mechanism, as we talked about. It is our goal to provide this level of transparency moving forward, not just to the public, but for you as the decision makers, so that you understand if you pull this lever, you expect this outcome. So moving forward, this is what we expect to be accomplishing.
So are we able to do something, what is stated in 2Cs in some simpler fashion? Because the current level of credibility is at doubt, okay? So that's where the starting point is. Can we do something to make it more credible for people? A simpler version of 2C.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, so I think, we had provided all of that information to the state. That information appeared in the state audit, it appeared by the program and by the different funding sources. So If there's a different way that we could show that so that it was maybe too confusing to some folks, we could certainly look at sort of reframing how the state auditor provided it. But that funding was in the audit, like by the different program elements, that sort of big long table on there. But so we could try to recreate that in a more user-friendly format potentially.
But I do think it's going to take some time. That's the trade-off of trying to move us forward more quickly versus going backwards. And I will say, since we had a third party audit us and say that the funds were used as appropriately and were not misused. Now again, the effectiveness of the funds and our transparency going forward is something we're going to improve upon, but I think we'd have interest as the administration to move forward in building that out rather than going backwards on something that was already audited and deemed appropriate use of the money.
Yeah, I would agree, and just council member, I wouldn't necessarily, we intend to do this moving forward, and while we do have some reporting requirements with the state audit, I wouldn't necessarily tie this work to the state audit in that framework. The state, I would just say, in my opinion, treated that audit very much as we were a subset of the state government, like a county, and we're not. And it also compared us to other areas of the state that have very siloed decision-making points and siloed service delivery methods around affordable housing and homelessness. We don't here. We're very much entangled with our nonprofit community and county, for better or worse. And so we need to come up with something that's higher level, more transparent, and a framework that everyone can report out similarly.
And just to double down, we've got this requirement to report on the recommendations of the state audit annually, and I think we're doing it right now. So it'll be a year from now, even though it's only been a couple of months since the audit. We're doing our initial update to the state, and then we will be doing it annually thereafter.
Can I make a suggestion? In the spirit of your item 2C, I think it might just be helpful, and maybe it already exists on our website, but maybe just to improve the transparency would really just to make the audit, the state's audit, available on the housing department's website.
We're happy to do that.
Yeah, we're absolutely happy.
That way, all the data is there, but it may not be as easily accessible to the public, given that the state audit is a completely different, comes from a different entity, and if they might be looking for information about the city housing department, they would be looking at the city's website. So that might be the way to make it easily accessible and transparent, and to actually address the spirit of the item.
Yeah, so that is no problem on our end, and we can certainly also commit to give our annual updates on that website as ongoing reports of how we're doing.
Great, and then there will be a dashboard on a go-forward basis that kind of makes it, that highlights that information. So that, if that's acceptable.
Councilor Foley, is that okay with you?
I'm sorry, my colleague to the left asked me a question. What's this friendly amendment?
To make the state housing
Hey, just
audit,
being transparent.
to make the state audit available on the housing department's website.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Is that an acceptable way to address it?
Sorry. That state audit providing the data gives a pass. I think there was a comment made that we're going to change our transparency. I don't know when it's coming, so if there's something in that regard that we're going to increase or change
There
our
will be a
method
dashboard on a go-forward basis. The housing department's already working on that, so they don't need our direction to do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And Councilor, was there a second amendment you were asking?
Item number 4 of our memo, which is about having the Med 30 team.
So I will be honest, I very purposely did not include that item, and I am aware of Councilmember Dewan's single signer memo that has a different set of offsets for keeping Med 30, and I don't think the trade-offs are trade-offs. Well, I can tell you that in both cases, those trade-offs are not acceptable to my Brown Act. So I don't accept those, that friendly amendment.
Okay. If I could ask folks in the chamber to just try to exit quietly, and thank you all again for coming. Councilmember Batra, does that conclude your questions?
Yes.
Okay.
You were not able to include that.
That's correct. The friendly amendment was not accepted.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to move to Councilmember Dewan.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Davis, I want to, beside you're not accepting the number 4, which is for Med 30, I'd like to hear the reason why. And I know that on my memorandum, right now in the 18th floor, we as council member dump our own garbage anyway. And out of $600,000 that was under the MBA number 4, $600,000 in reducing the janitorial service one day. That'll keep Med 30 alive until the San Jose Fire Department can build their transport and sustain itself. That's all we need the funding for. And then I just want to remind you that Med 30 is an essential service and vital to the fire department and keeping not only our personnel but our residents safe. They're not only SISTAT, RESTAT, meaning situation report. They're out there calling on resources. Recently, they save our police officer lives because they're first on scene. They're a medical supervisor. They coordinate all of the fire department's paramedics and keeping their drugs and their protocols to update. Their occupational services to not only to our department, to our citizen. They do what you call command post when they're first on scene. They document what's on scene. They also coordinate with the National Fire Reporting Agency through NFIRS. They are the rehab officer. They are the safety officers. They are the liaison function between Red Cross and the board-up company, and many, many other functions that Med 30 is actually doing. And I'm just kind of lost in the translation that we're reducing $600,000 in janitorial fees. Why can't we use that? And we're talking about garbage in a sense, and also arts. Yes, I understand arts is important, and we're not asking for the full funding of it. We're taking some in order to sustain Med 30, and then they can eventually sustain themselves, and then we can always put the money back to art. And I just want to.
Councilmember, could I just, you still have the floor, but since there is a very specific question there, I just hope on the janitorial services, if we could just take that first, and then I'll come back to you, or if you want to give Councilmember Davis the floor for a moment, that's fine. On the janitorial service, though, could we just clarify what that offset would be? Because I think it is more than us taking out our own trash, though I'd be happy to do that personally, but tell us what the impact might be.
Yes, I think Matt Lesh, our Public Works Director, can come down to give a little bit of a summary of what that impact looks like.
Okay.
I just want to clarify, so this would be a further reduction to the one that's already contained in the proposed budget?
Yeah, maybe Matt or others can just note what we're already doing, because this budget already, as part of balancing that shortfall, we're already making a cut to these services this year. So maybe you can explain what's currently in the budget, and if there was a further reduction as proposed, what that would mean.
Yeah, good afternoon, Matt Lesh, Director of Public Works. So in the current proposed budget, not in addition to what's requested here, is about $600,000 of reductions at City Hall and Police Administration Building, which includes about 7 people. And then the further reduction is requesting a day reduction at sites that receive 5, 6, or 7 days of service, and that's about 55 sites that we provide that would be a reduction. And it's not just taking out the trash, it's vacuuming, cleaning the restrooms, it's disinfecting drinking areas, restroom cleanups and sinks and locker rooms, and restoring all the consumables at community centers and libraries, especially now where the kids are going for all the daycares and day camps and so forth. as summer kicks off. That's what's in this next reduction, and it's about, so 7 FTEs, it's about 15 to 18 people that probably we'd have to lay off of our contract staff.
Okay, that's helpful. Councilor Dewan, if you want to continue, the floor is yours. I know I think we're starting to frame up an ask on an amendment, but go ahead and finish.
Well, thank you, Mr. Lesh. And I know that we're now past the COVID era. I don't think we need disinfections and so on. So it's the money. I think sometimes there's a correlation between essential services and non-essential services. And I know there's a thought process of certain amount of job is losing, but certain amount of job is gaining. And I think it's important that we look at what we are doing for the services for the community. You know, Med 30 have already proven it saved one of our officer lives, right? And many other citizens. So are we willing to trade that off for janitorial service? That's my question.
And Councilor, just to clarify, you're welcome to direct a friendly amendment request of the maker of the motion, or if there are questions you want to direct to the city manager and staff, we can do that. But which are you doing? I just want to clarify.
Well, I really do like to ask for a friendly amendment to include number 4, and I ask that Councilmember Davis and Foley reconsider, with a friendly amendment.
Okay.
So let me explain a little bit more about why I'm not accepting that friendly amendment and why our Brown Act has not prioritized this item. So firstly, let's just be clear. We're talking about adding 3 additional fire captain positions and reducing 7 janitorial positions, in addition to other reductions here. So I just want to be clear that it's not the same number of add-deletes. First of all. Second of all, and I think most importantly for us, the fire chief, Sapien, and I won't make you come down unless I'm mischaracterizing, please feel free, has indicated to us that Med 30 is not a requirement and that he believes that we can maintain our level of service without Med 30. We had already extended it for an additional year, and it is this amount, if I remember correctly, is even more than we had extended for last year's amount. So that's another reason. Third, although you may not agree that items B3 and B4 are important to us, downtown pedestrian quality of life funding and supplemental arts and cultural funding does directly impact our economic development and the amount of TOT and other taxes, tax revenue that comes in. And I am not willing to, especially, again, I made this comment about looking forward to 2026. It's really important for us to have a certain level of welcoming atmosphere in downtown, and the longer that we're able to show that, the more we are likely to get large events downtown, which will bring many more people downtown for the activities surrounding 2026. Just to be clear, the 2026 actual events, with the exception of March Madness, will not actually be happening in the city of San Jose. It is incumbent upon us to ensure people fly into San Jose, and also that there are activities and parties and events and concerts that they want to attend down here, so that they also spend their money in downtown and Valley Fair and Santana Row. So those are all the reasons why I'm not accepting this friendly amendment.
Okay. I also just want to clarify as a point of parliamentary procedure, the friendly amendment, at least on Med 30, was made already and rejected, so we're not going to keep making the same friendly amendment requests. You can move move an amendment, and if there's a second, we can vote on the amendment itself. But I do want to keep the conversation moving forward. More hands are going up, so we're getting to that point where this conversation is going to go around and around again. But Councilor Dewan, I'm going to let you finish your comments, or if you have anything else.
Well, I have to disagree because I was in meeting with the chief, and he's very supportive of the program. And it's not adding 3 positions, is keeping the 3 position as it is right now. Well, thank you for your consideration, Councilmember Davis.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Dewan. Let's go, come back around to Councilor Candelas.
Thank you, Mayor. Along the lines of Councilmember Dewan's Med 30 in an attempt, I know part of his recommendation was to do maintain direction for staffing and funding for the new ambulance transport and user fee program that we're looking to stand up. And so maybe a question for the administration is, what could we possibly do to maybe provide direction to the administration that would allow for us to restore or maybe explore, integrating Med 30 once we stand this fee program, because it does tend to provide some revenue to the city. I mean, I'm curious on the idea just to, because I mean, look, this past week we had a 4-alarm fire in my district, and I know Med 30 was critical to providing resources to folks in the area. So Med 30 is important and does provide a need, especially for folks who just lost a home and had their home burned down. So I'm curious. I'm open to hearing from the staff. So.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in. The transport fee that you reference is about $1.7 million that we're anticipating in this year's budget. Mostly that is used to balance the general fund and ensure other fire-related services in this budget. With that said, I would imagine as the county starts to take a step closer to development of an RFP for ambulance services countywide, how we show up in that space, what the transport fee does, what model we decide to do if we decide to bid. There's going to be a lot of things up in the air, and I think Med 30 may be a part of those conversations in the future. So I know that we have a referral to the Public Safety, Finance, and Strategic Support Committee in the spring that the chief will be leading around the ambulance contract and service delivery and what that is. We could certainly report back on kind of the current status of the hospital system and the wall times, and if there's a need for something like that as we endeavor on future service delivery analysis moving forward.
Yeah, if we could insert Med 30 as part of that report, would the maker of the motion be open to adding that to the direction we provide to the motion on the floor?
And can you just repeat what the friendly amendment is?
As part of the administration's exploration of the ambulance transport and user fee program update to PISFIS, as part of the regular update, we would add Med 30 as a possible option as we stand up the program to see if we can integrate bringing it back as just a conversation.
Chief?
Seems like that would be a budget action, but certainly, yeah, let's hear from the chief.
Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. Yeah, as we proceed, certainly looking back on the work that we've done so far to evaluate ambulance services and what the implications would be for the department, one of the realities of many county systems across the state are the requirement for multiple supervisors assigned to the ambulance program, and so that would be very similar to what the Med 30 role does in terms of oversight of ALS services. So I think it would be very logical to include in a report back to the committee. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Chief.
That's fine. Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Foley?
So it's, just to clarify, it's just having a report go to PISFIS that included Med30 with no budget ask at this point.
Correct. As part of
commitment.
the fee revenue generated by the implementation of this program. We're not committing funding per se. We're just having those conversations in committee to have the opportunity to be able to discuss this.
I don't even
that's
think
fine.
you need to tie it to a future fee. The fee's in place, but what we do have on PISFIS is in the spring a regular update on the EMS system countywide and how we're doing in that. Part of that will be future service delivery that the chief and other chiefs across the county are working on with the county, so we can incorporate it in that conversation.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Leland.
That's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Sounds like that's fine with both the maker of the motion and the seconder. Councilor Candelas, anything else? Okay, great. And Councilmember Ortiz.
Thanks, Councilmember Candelas, for that quick thinking. So, not to belabor the conversation, how's it going, Councilmember Davis? So I just wanted to, obviously we're all here advocating for our district, wanted to hear your thoughts on why the Eastside Education Initiative was left out of the motion, what your thoughts were on that.
Is that a friendly amendment request?
Well, it's leading there. I want to...
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Councilor Davis, if you would like, you can comment. You don't have to.
I'm happy to comment. So there was some discussion about this in our Brown Act, and really it was that this was an item that came quite late that should have been a part of a budget document, and so there was kind of a fairness question about not wanting to set a precedence for other nonprofits to make a request in this manner.
Oh, I see. Okay, well, my understanding is the request came earlier to the I think the administration, but it wasn't accepted. Maybe not. That's what was told to me.
So those requests come into the budget team that sits within my office. We did include some funding for the organization, traded off against funding for a lot of other organizations. At this point, it's both late to have one-off kind of nonprofit grant requests come in that really is best handled through the budget document process so that we can make recommendations and trade-offs holistically as we did in the June message, which a lot of effort went into. The other point is that we don't currently, even if the council wanted to, we'd then be here at this late stage trying to find another offset, which we've already done a bit of around some other kind of bigger items that are more core to city policy, like or county policy, like the trust team, but we don't currently have an offset for it either.
Well,
so I think
the offset I
process-wise,
identified, well, we're doing a $7.5 million increase for Beautify San Jose, and I think the offset was to do 100,000 from there.
So in the motion, we're not doing it quite. What we're doing in the motion, as I have it recorded here, is on the trust pilot, we're finding $450,000 for a one-year pilot, with $220K coming from a reduction in the City Hall security upgrade line item, and a $230,000 reduction in the Beautify SJ non-personal equipment line item, both of which would be returned by December 31st if that additional trust capacity had not been hired and deployed on the county side. There's some other things in that part of the motion, but that's what's coming out specifically for trust in the current motion. But I also think there's just the broader point of nonprofit grant requests come in. We got a ton that we were not able to fulfill this year already. We did fulfill a modest one for this same organization already in the June message.
Yeah, I was asking Councilmember Davis, though. Thank you for that, Mayor.
Yeah, these requests usually come from the Essential Services Reserve, and so I'm really loath to, on my way out, set a precedent for making these kinds of trade-offs on the dais for nonprofits, as opposed to larger city priorities like trust, for example.
Okay. Yeah. I don't look at the nonprofit. I look at the kids in East San Jose that obviously have a disadvantage with their education systems, especially some of them that run dysfunctionally, to have more support and less about owe another nonprofit getting money from the city, but certainly respect your decision, Councilmember.
Thank you.
All right. Well, once again, want to really thank all of my colleagues. This has been a very long, but I think productive and healthy journey for us to go on from priority setting all the way back before the March message in February to this point. I think we've done a really good job of balancing a lot of different community needs, including some significant new commitments under our stormwater permit, but also maintaining a commitment to affordable housing, other strategic investments in core focus areas like public safety, cleaning up our city, and attracting investment in jobs and housing more broadly. Very excited about the many different initiatives we're funding, and want to thank City Manager McGuire, Lee Wilcox, Jim Shannon, and your teams for the collaboration throughout the process. I know it's been a lot of long nights and weekends to get to this point. Thank you to colleagues for your thoughtful budget requests and all the input that made this final budget message stronger. I think we've got a pretty clear motion and second on the floor. Tony, do you need me to clarify anything about the motion, or are we good to go? We've repeated it a couple times. We're good? All right, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, we got a budget. Good job, everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, it is 5:30. Do we yeah, let's take, we do have one more budget related. Actually, these should be pretty quick. Let's get through these and then we'll take a short break. So we are on to item 3.5. This is approval of the 24-25 operating and capital budgets and the schedule of fees and charges. Do we have public comment?
We do not.
Coming back to the council, do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
All right. I'm not seeing any other hands. Let's vote. Okay.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great. We'll go on to item 3.6. This is the approval of the terms of an agreement with OE3, and I'm going to turn to our city manager for comments.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'm actually going to provide just a couple of opening comments for item 3.6 and 3.7. With respect to successor memoranda of agreements reached with the International Union of Operating Engineers Local Number 3, which is otherwise known as OE3, and the International Association of Firefighters Local 230, otherwise known as IAFF. We are so pleased to bring these two agreements to you this afternoon. I know you'll be voting on them separately. Both agreements are for 3-year terms through June 30th, 2027, which will provide stability to our workforce. These agreements include several items that are important for all parties and will be beneficial to our city and employees, such as wage increases, changes to or providing city-paid parental leave, and other benefits. Both OE3 and IAFF have notified us that their agreements have been ratified by their respective memberships. For the OE3 agreement, I would like to thank the OE3 negotiating team for their work in reaching this agreement, which included Jeremy Kabakang, who's the OE3 business representative, Larry Brown, Daniel Foster, Rocio Munoz, and John Carba. I'd also like to thank the city's negotiating team for OE3, which is Elsa Cordova, Carolyn Gibson, Ileana Placentia, Neil Rufino, and Rick Scott. For the IAFF agreement, I'd like to thank the IAFF negotiating team for their work in these negotiations, which included Matt Tuttle, Jerry May, and Mike McGill. And the city's negotiation team, Jennifer Shembry, Fire Chief Robert Sapion, and Bill Gold. For both agreements, as always, I would like to especially thank the City Council for their support and guidance through these two negotiation processes. So that's all of our comments for 3.6 and 3.7.
Perfect. Okay, Tony, do we have public comment on item 3.6?
We do not.
Move for
Thank you.
approval.
Coming back to the council, we have a motion and a second. Motion from Councilor Dewan, second from Torres. Let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And item 3.7, approval of terms with IAFF. We already had the administration's comments. Do we have public comment?
No.
Let's come back to the council. Do we have a motion?
I'll move approval.
Great. Motion from Cohen, second from Candelas. Let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, I anticipate, it's 5:34. Let me look at colleagues here for guidance. I anticipate the next item might entail a little bit of discussion. Do we want to pause here or move through this one?
Pause.
Why don't we pause for dinner till 6 o'clock? Does that work for everybody? Okay, I'm seeing everybody's heads nodding yes. Great. We will recess until 6 p.m. Thank you. Hello, everybody. We are back. We are picking up on item 5.1, which is actions related to the Milligan parking lot project. My understanding is we have staff available for questions. There's no presentation that I'm aware of, or is there?
There's a presentation.
Oh, there is. Okay. Don't have that in my notes. All right. Let's go to the staff presentation.
No, we do not have an active, we have it available for questions.
That's what I thought. Okay, staff is available for questions. Let's go to public.
Visuals from what's in the memo.
Great. Let's go to public comment.
For 5.1, public comment or presentation?
There is no presentation. Staff's available for questions. We're on item 5.1. Do we have any comment cards?
Yes, I have 4 cards. Ben Leach, Sherry Lewis, John Gustafson, and Shawnee Kleinhaus. First person in the microphone can speak. Oh, and then I have Mike Sodergren. Go ahead.
All right, are we at 1 minute still, or are we at 2?
Typically, when we start with 1 minute, we stay with 1 minute for the rest of the meeting to make it fair.
Okay, I will be brief. Good evening, Mayor, Council people. With 1 minute, I would like to direct you to a letter that PAC-SJ submitted. I hope you maybe had a chance to read it. I will summarize. We are obviously concerned that a candidate city landmark in a very strategic location with a strong history that represents the sporting legacy of the city, a mere steps away from the current heart of San Jose's sporting community, is being proposed for demolition for a surface parking lot, a temporary surface parking lot. The building in question is the size of 33 parking spaces. The project EIR includes a feasible alternative that keeps the building in place while still providing 90 at least % of the parking that's being proposed. And while I would want to emphasize that this is the right thing to do because it's saving a historic building, I think it's more important to think about it's the right thing to do because it's an opportunity.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Sherry Lewis, here today representing Little Italy San Jose Foundation as a board member, and then the Access Condominiums, which is partnered with neighboring businesses and organizations in support of neighborhood vibrancy. We are supportive of agenda item 5.1 as recommended by city staff. Little Italy businesses regularly report to the board president that the lack of parking is the #1 complaint from customers attempting to patronize their locations. To many, this is a lasting deterrent. This project is a perfect opportunity for a shared parking arrangement that will collectively support the current vitalization investments and the future plans of Little Italy San Jose's 20 businesses, SAP Sharks, and the use of the GRP. We ask that you approve city staff recommendations in support of this historic neighborhood entertainment district's long-term success.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor Mahan, City Council, John Gustafson, Senior Vice President, General Manager, SAP Center, and Shark Sports Entertainment. In addition to my remarks today, we have a written letter of support for the City of Milligan lot conversion. The story of the AMA and the arena management agreement stretches back to the inception of the team here in San Jose. We strive to manage and protect the city's crown jewel and one of the very few buildings that were built as voter-approved initiative. During the renegotiation of the AMA that was signed in 2018, the city asked for some very difficult concessions by the Sharks organization to help support Downtown West Vision. We agreed as part of the city's promise to protect the vitality of the arena. The city agreed to provide compensatory parking. The Milligan lot is a partial delivery on those overdue parking spaces. We all want the arena to thrive. Replacing lost parking is essential. We remain supportive of the city's vision for the Deer Dawn Station area and recognize that.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening again. I'm Shawnee Kleinhaus with the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. The worst thing you can do to a crown jewel is pave it to a parking lot. I don't know how this comes about as a good solution for vibrancy and vitality, because this should have been your grand park. Together with the Sierra Club, however, we sent a letter, and in this letter we asked for maintenance or not to override the Habitat Agency requirement for 100 feet setback, and also gave recommendations for lighting. The recommendations for lighting are feasible. They come from Dr. John Barentine, who is a world expert on lighting in general and works with a lot of cities throughout the world. And so these recommendations I hope you accept, and please consider keeping the 100-foot setback. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
This is Mike Sodergren, Preservation Action Council. I woke up this morning at 2 a.m., got on an airplane to come down here. I came from the Midwest, the upper Midwest, where Canadian and U.S. farm boys learned to play hockey in the hopes of making it to the NHL. Staff is asking for approval to spend $4.6 million, key dollars, to basically demolish an eligible national, state, and city landmark for the least best use, to use the city's language, of our downtown real estate for a curb-to-curb surface parking lot, when there's an abundance of vacant lots as a result of the pause of the Downtown West project. DOT's and OED's commitment to the arena management agreement is important. We love the Sharks, but parking spaces do not ensure the Sharks' presence. A cautionary tale is Oakland. They've lost their NFL franchise, they've lost their MLB franchise, and they have...
Thank you. Back to council.
Okay, thank you all very much. Coming back to the council, I'm going to turn to Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, and I appreciate the reference to the upper Midwest. I think you may have meant North Dakota. Getting back to the matter at hand, the EAR does clearly state that the construction of the parking lot can have a potentially significant environmental impact. Specifically, the parking lot lighting could result in significant impact to sensitive habitat and species along the Guadalupe River. So there is a need for a balance here, and I want to just recognize and appreciate that staff has done a commendable job of including some mitigation measures. But I think additional actions are necessary, and I think we've heard some of that, and I know my staff has been in contact with you all. Can you talk a little bit about the specific measures that are going to be taken that are already identified?
Thank you. Matt Lesh, Director of Public Works. One of the specific things, the references around lighting, already envisioned in the plan is lighting shields like we do at all parks and everywhere, and frequently everywhere else along the edges. And so we'll have shields and focusing, I can't remember the fancy term they put on the shields that focus the light only where it's intended and to prevent it from going other places. That's done on all the edges. We also have trees within the parking lot that will also keep the light from shining through all the way across. One of the other asks has been additional vegetation outside of it, and one of the hesitations we have about right now, we're sort of open to the concept, but with the trail project being planned adjacent to it, we wanted to think of the whole area as holistically as what we're planning on doing that, and if there are opportunities for vegetation for increased light blockage using vegetation there, and possibly planning it with the trail project as well, just so we can think of it as holistically.
Thank you. So I'll make a motion to accept the staff recommendation with the following additional direction. I really appreciate the comment about the lighting. To position lighting poles to reduce or if possible prevent direct illumination of the river, and also to use a phosphor converted amber, so the PC amber LED lighting near the river to reduce blue light emissions. So that should also be helpful. So that's my motion.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Councilor Jimenez. Let's turn to Councilor Cohen.
Yeah, thank you. And Councilmember Davis already kind of addressed some of my questions, and I'm not as familiar with this as she is, so I'm just going to ask some questions that are kind of basic maybe. But I see that the part of this is to approve a lesser setback than typical setback, but currently the property doesn't have a setback, is that correct? I mean, there's already buildings up against that.
Yes, there are buildings within that riparian corridor, the 100-foot setback already. There are buildings there now. And so what we're doing is demolishing those that are in the setback and putting a hardscape.
And within that footprint, we're not expanding the footprint beyond where the buildings currently are?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I think that's my only question that was left after. I appreciate the amendments to make sure that we do the lighting appropriate for its location right next to the river. I think it's really important that we always have a standard procedure for how we do lighting and make sure that we're not interfering with the wildlife that's in the area.
Exactly. So we do plan on putting shields and deal with colorization. We deal with that near river areas, and we also do it near parks and neighborhoods.
Okay, great. Thanks for the clarification. Appreciate the motion and the additional environmental mitigation. I'm not seeing any other hands. Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Okay, and thank you to staff. So we're continuing on to the items that were agendized for the evening session at 6 p.m., which we are now past. So we're on to land use consent, starting with item 10.1A. This is an ordinance amending various sections of Title 20. There's no staff presentation, though again, staff is available for questions. Let's see if we have any public comment first.
I have none on this item.
No hands on item 10.1A. It is land use consent. I'm sorry, I had a note that the item would be pulled. Let me just clarify that. Councilor Jimenez?
I wish to pull the item.
Thank you. Yes, I was going off my notes. I'm sorry, I should have made that clear to everyone. So we've pulled item 10.1A. We do have one hand, it looks like. Is that correct on 10.1A? Okay.
Send it to me. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Seth King. I'm a land use attorney with Lucid Motors, and I'm here tonight speaking in support of this text amendment that's before you, which would allow zero-emission vehicle sales to occur in the downtown zoning districts. That's not currently allowed, and that is something that Lucid raised with city staff a few months ago, as we were very interested in locating here, and we were not able to engage in EV sales here. We really appreciate that economic development and planning staff have moved this text amendment forward, and we ask that you approve it tonight. We're also supportive of the revised note 14 in the supplemental memorandum you've received from planning staff. So just request your approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great. Thank you. Back to the council. Thank you very much. And I'll just, as I make my way over to Councilor Jimenez, I'll just say I'm happy to see these updates. There are two items of note I just want to call out. One that was part of public comment, enabling the sale of zero-emission vehicles in the greater downtown area, including for a company like Lucid, is a great thing for expanding the adoption of those vehicles, but it's also a great thing from a tax-based perspective. That generates substantial sales tax revenue. Also want to note one of the amendments in here involves a innovative new legislation sponsored by Assemblymember Ting at the state level that will allow ADUs to be sold as a separate asset, which should incentivize their construction and use as additional housing. Do have a little concern on the ADU portion of this, but I'm going to turn to Councilor Jimenez first, if you want to add comment.
Yeah, I mean, I think you were about to touch on it. Just state law explicitly makes it so jurisdictions cannot require sprinklers in ADU rentals, so really just concerned that by requiring them for the sale of ADU units, we're adding requirements that are out of sync with how ADUs, especially prefabs units, are built in the state. And so, and in fact, I was provided with some notes. The authors, Casita Coalition, that wrote AB 1033, they're concerned that these added requirements are going to be at odds with the intent of the legislation. So I would just say that the supplemental from the fire department and planning department maybe not be moved forward, and we move the original memo forward.
Okay.
And I'll make a motion.
Great. So we would approve the motion but reject A from the supplemental and go with the the original staff memo on point A. Okay. Second from the Vice Mayor. I'll add my support for that motion. I have some concerns about adding additional requirements that are currently only added to larger multifamily structures. I think it increases time, complexity, and cost of ADUs and is one more impediment to building them. So I think within ADUs, the time needed to, even if it isn't directly incongruous with state law, as Councilor Jimenez noted, the time needed to exit an ADU is very short compared to a large multifamily development. So I have some concerns about the supplemental. But let me turn to colleagues and see if there are other questions or comments. Councilmember Davis?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to clarify on the item about the electric vehicles.
Yes.
What's the number of outdoor storage of vehicles that's allowed?
Staff is limiting it to up to 15 vehicles or no greater than 5,000 square feet. And that's going to be set back further from the front property line at a distance of 150 feet minimum setback.
Okay. Is this only for new vehicles?
Yes, this is only for the zero emission vehicles.
So there's zero emission, right, but is it new vehicle sales specifically? Or the reason I'm asking is because I have a lot of used car lots on West San Carlos, and it is not the most beautiful site. And I understand new electric vehicles and new vehicles of any kind. If we're talking about 15 vehicles, not a big deal. But at some point, electric vehicles, like the one that I drive, is like 10 years old and isn't something that you would necessarily want to showcase in our downtown. And this is it's an ordinance for a specific company now, but really it's a general ordinance and it opens it up downtown. So I want to be clear that we're talking about new vehicles and not used vehicles.
That is correct. Most of these operators are newer operators, and also these vehicles are mostly sold and the service is completed indoors, and the incidental use, the outdoor use is limited to a very small number of vehicles, and most of their inventory is actually sold online. So they do have maybe 1 or 2 vehicles which are available for display, and there are a few inventory vehicles in the back. So most of these are going to be newer vehicles, and with the very restrictive and limited allowance that's going to be provided, not many sites in the downtown are going to be eligible for this sort of use, and also it's further limited to just zero emission vehicles as well.
So it's limited to zero emission, but it's not limited to electric vehicles. So there are other, I guess again, it doesn't say new vehicles, am I correct?
Yes, it does include all zero emission vehicles at this point.
But it is not limited explicitly to only the sale of new vehicles. It may be possible, but with the very small amount of square footage, that it may not be viable to not be selling very high-end new vehicles with how small it is, but I don't know.
Right, and we're, again, I don't understand that we're only talking about one site and we have one sale, one company in mind, but when we're making ordinances, we don't always know, and there are plenty of unused spaces downtown that we don't know what this will do, and so I just want to be as clear as possible. So I'm happy to, if we can, I'm looking at Nora, I don't see why we couldn't, but if there's a legal reason why we can't specify that the vehicles on display outdoors must be new vehicles.
Sorry, Council Member, just for clarification, you're talking about just the vehicles on display or just vehicles being sold?
Just the vehicles being on display to the outdoors. I mean, I don't care if they sell old, used vehicles, but I just don't want them street side, right? Like, we don't want to be walking down Santa Clara like I walk down San Carlos and have a bunch of older vehicles right up, and I understand there's a setback, but in view of the public.
Yeah.
Council member, there are two restrictions that we have applied to this project. One is that the vehicles have to be set back at least 150 feet from the front setback or the front property line. And two, they have to be fully screened. So none of these vehicles are going to be visible to the public interface or the street level. They're going to be set back further to the back of the site.
And with the exception of like one sales
One
vehicle
display
that they can
vehicle,
put out front.
yes.
And I think, you know, you're absolutely right. I think it's a valid concern. I think the sort of way we approach it, and understanding we have a wide variety of vehicle sale lots throughout the city, but when you go down Capitol or when you're on Stevens Creek, those tend to be a mix of both new and used. So, I mean, I think there's a number of different kind of situations. We've tried to write the ordinance to really, you know, get ahead of the issue, which is, to your point, we don't want to see sort of older used vehicles out on the street front, and so that's why we have the setback and screening requirements, is to avoid that.
Thank you. And just to be clear, both Capitol and Stevens Creek are much, much wider than their streets in our downtown area.
Councilmember, the Planning Commission staff report does say that this is the proposed use would be required to be conducted indoors and therefore would not impact circulation or city streets. No outdoor storage of vehicles for purposes of sale or lease is permitted. So it appears that the intention is to have indoor sales, a showroom basically, with no outdoor sales or leasing.
Okay, so it's just the storage and it's not going to be, basically it's not going to be visible from the street.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thanks for clarifying that, Councilmember Davis. Okay, let me come over here to Councilmember Foley.
Okay. I have some questions actually about the other item regarding the ADU sprinkler system. So this recommendation requires that, I'm just trying to get clarification, that an ADU that is a condo has a condo map, meaning that the property owner could sell the condo, that under this, if we pass this ADU would have to have a sprinkler system installed. Is that correct?
Yeah, to be eligible for the sale and the condo conversion, it would be a sprinklered ADU.
But the house that the ADU is attached to, I mean, they're not necessarily physically attached, but they're on the same parcel, we don't require a sprinkler system if it's sold.
That's correct. This exempts that house because that was a permitted non-sprinklered structure.
But
as far as a house.
But the ADU, if it's permitted today, it's a non-sprinkler structure too. Correct,
but per the fire code, if you built a condominium, it would be required to be sprinklered. So what we're trying to close here is a loophole that is allowing the development of a condominium without having to provide sprinklers, which the fire code since 2011 has required all residential structures, with the exception, because it's specifically limited in ADU regulations, of sprinklering structures. So condominiums would be sprinklered structures if you were to bring a plan set in to build a condominium.
So I'm building a single-family home today, I have to put in a sprinkler system?
Yes, you would.
You just shook your head, no. So which is correct?
No, a new
construction.
The new construction would require a fire sprinkler. I was referring to the ADUs.
Okay, so what I'm struggling with here is the term condo. Technically, it is a condo because you don't own the land underneath of the building. You just own the dwelling. You own the walls in, effectively, on the condo. But when I think of a condominium, I think of a condominium project which has more than one unit, could be 6, could be 100, which makes perfect sense that it would have a sprinkler system installed. ADUs tend to be really small, tend to be easy to get in and out of. I'm just concerned that these are affordable housing units that can be sold easily to maybe a family member, maybe someone else for income to help the people who live in the main house support their life, their living there. But we're restricting these and requiring them that sprinkler systems be installed, and I think that's a barrier, a financial barrier, and I'm not sure it's necessary. So do you have any sort of statistics on sprinkler systems in ADUs saving lives, or that they're a high risk of fatalities in ADUs?
Great question. So I think what we are finding is with the densification of the urban environment, we are finding that sprinklers are a good mitigation to preventing spread from structure to structure. As far as specific data about ADUs, we do not, but we do have data that specifically says that sprinklers do save lives and reduce property loss. There is discussion right now at the state level between the State Fire Marshal's Office and the Housing Authority over this exact AB 1033 as far as trying to come to a resolution on whether sprinklers should be required. What we're looking at is this provides a prudent measure for them to finish that discussion at a state level to provide direction without opening the door to unsprinklered condominium projects at this point.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Chief, you came down. Did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, really building on that last point that Chief Dobson made, this can be a pretty serious inflection point here in our local built environment. If in fact this new strategy indeed accelerates the building of ADUs and conversion to condos or flat out building of new structures, we're going to have what are now planned communities that exist today with higher density, and we'll be taking a step backwards in the advancement of the fire code, which has been sprinklers, which are frankly the most effective fire control measure, bar none, in our living environments. And I think it's just a step backwards. And I frankly personally fear in years to come reading about fatalities that could have been prevented at this point in time.
Okay. I appreciate both of your explanations and the background on this. Thank you for clarifying that. It's helpful.
Great. Thanks to Councilmember Foley. I also just want to clarify the motion on the floor would move the original staff recommendation plus the supplemental, but only recommendation B from the supplemental, which pertains to the zero emission vehicle, not the additional requirement on the sprinkler systems. I will just comment, I think there's a big difference between condos in a dense footprint, multi-floor, lots of units with hallways where people have to get out of big complicated buildings versus the gentle densification of a backyard unit in a low density suburban neighborhood where, let's be honest, 98% of the homes do not have sprinklers, and this is a significant added cost to add to the very tiny unit in the backyard that takes about 5 seconds to get out of. I think the idea behind the sprinklers in the condo and the larger multi-unit buildings is to buy time to get out of a big building. I also have the concerns Councilor Jimenez does around whether or not we're actually in conflict with this new enabling legislation. But let's continue with Vice Mayor Kamei.
Thank you. I just had a question regarding whether or not, because it's going to be considered a condo, does it follow the same sort of rules that, in terms of when a condo is constructed, which, as the mayor just mentioned, is more complicated when it's multi-level and that sort of thing. I know that a lot of condos are not being built simply because of the way in which you have to guarantee for 10 years that the structure and everything is, said what it's supposed to be. So I'm just wondering, if it's considered a condo, then is that applicable to these new ADUs?
I think I understand your question. I'll try and answer to the best of my ability.
It's more
Yes,
for,
about
I think,
construction defect liability and
yes,
those laws that
yes,
apply to condos?
Yes, it's more for Chris, my friend.
So that's a really good question. I'd have to go back and research it. As I understand it, if you're selling the unit, then there is some coverage under construction defect liability. I don't know if Nora, you want to add to that, but I'm not sure exactly on where it falls, but we can certainly follow up and find out the answer.
Okay.
Okay, so it sounds like we don't currently have clarity on whether or not some of the other laws pertaining to condos, like construction defect liability, would apply to an ADU if we're considering it a condo. Is that I think is the question.
To an ADU development that's
A new
condoized?
ADU that is condoized under this new state law.
So, but it would just be a single standalone?
Yes.
That's
Yeah,
right.
I'd have to look at that. I
Yeah.
don't know
I
if
just-
if it was a development of several
Yeah.
smaller units, it would,
I
state law
just,
would
I
probably
just
apply.
think that it complicates things, because what is applicable and what is not applicable, if you consider a condo under the existing laws, then you've got that 10-year guarantee, warranty, liability. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we don't have that kind of development happening, because the risks are quite high. So as we move into this territory and we as a city look to allow this to happen, then we kind of need to look into that. So that's just my, sort of like, I think we ought to keep that in mind.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilor Cohen.
Yeah, thank you. Honestly, because we had some other things on today's agenda, I haven't spent a lot of time researching this issue. I will say I'm not comfortable yet taking A out, and it looks like A is saying come back later for council consideration, so we wouldn't necessarily be requiring anything today in this action. Is that a correct assessment of this recommendation?
I think A is moving forward the condoization of ADUs, but at this time doing sprinklered ADUs. And a point of clarification, this would allow up to 4 units on a parcel, not just one additional ADU.
Right. So, I mean, there's obviously the one side, which is these are supposed to be affordable units that people could build without sprinklers, only if the home that they currently are in is not sprinklered, because I think the law says if you have a home with sprinklers, that means if a home is newer than 2011 and it has sprinklers, it would be required to also have the ADU have sprinklers. And just to be clear, it is true that state law now requires all homes, including single-family homes, to have sprinklers in them. You can make the case that ADUs are not the same as a complicated condo building to get out of. On the other hand, you think about the situation where a home is on fire and the ADU in the back and a person's in it, they still have to find a way out of their property through a potential fire zone. So having sprinklers could make their property safer. So I'm not prepared to say, oh, ADUs are, perfectly safe for people to be in case there's a fire in the area around. So I think it's reasonable to either to approve this now with the question of coming back, because it says recommendation for city council consideration, so come back with that later, or we're in my opinion, we should be in no hurry necessarily to even allow for the sale in our city. It's an optional thing that the state has given us. We don't have to approve that today if we have questions about how this policy works, how much it would cost to put sprinklers in these ADUs to sell them. In my opinion, the purpose of the ADUs was never for sale in the first place. It was to provide affordable homes, and most people are building for rental. I'm not sure we have a problem right now with people not building them because they can't sell them. People are building them, so do we have to hurry into this with all the questions that we have? So I wouldn't support taking A out. I would potentially support not approving anything at this point if we have questions, but my feeling is there are legitimate reasons why we ought to consider whether we have to have sprinklers in ones that people would sell.
Well, how would you feel about approving the staff rec and the supplemental, but referring item A to come back with more research to CED?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be an appropriate process. I'm fine with that as well.
Sure. How's the maker of the motion?
I'd be okay with that.
Okay. Thanks, Councilmember. And the seconder? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Great. So we'll learn more on that item. I'm not seeing any other hands. Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, great. Thanks, everybody. Let's go on to item 10.1B. And thank you all. Thank you to staff for sticking around and answering our questions. Definitely an evolving area of law and land use. So item 10.1B is adopting a resolution ordinance amending the Envision San Jose 2040 general plan. That was the remaining item on land use consent. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Did we have any public comment?
No.
Okay, coming back to the council. Let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, great. Thank you. Now we're on to regular land use agenda. We have item 10.2, which is the city-initiated general plan amendment to add a land use designation for the 30 remaining mobile home parks. There's been a lot of work on this over the years. I want to thank the council for supporting the inclusion of this in my budget message last year, which, as I understand it, staff can clarify, but will complete the work of adding the mobile home park land use designation to all of our mobile home parks, which adds that layer of certainty and protection for residents of our mobile home parks. I believe staff is available for questions. We'll start with any public comment.
I have two public comments. I do have a request for a Vietnamese interpreter, so if one of the interpreters can come down.
Great. If we could have a Vietnamese interpreter make their way down, thank you. And your other comments?
And I have Jill Borders and Long Dang.
Great. If you heard your name, come on down. Absolutely. Whoever makes it to the mic first gets a minute.
Hi, I'm Jill Borders, and I live in Imperial Estates in District 10, Councilmember Batra's district. And tonight, I'm asking for you to all please pass this unanimously. As you said, Mayor, there has been so much work done on this. It's an exciting night. I wouldn't miss it. I want to just let you know that by passing this tonight, you're helping add layers of protection against displacement. You're helping answer the question that my 9-year-old daughter asked me after we were evicted. How can I be born and not have a place to live? We couldn't find anything. And this is part of my answer. Do not give up. Fight. Go to City Hall. Go to meetings. She came to all of them with me. and do what you can to make things better. And we did. Thank you. Pass this tonight. Thank you to Councilmember Batra for sitting with me. Thank you, Mayor, for putting the budget. Thank you for never letting up. So many people. And thank you to Justin and all your staff. Amazing people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker. The interpreter's giving him some instructions.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Nói tiếng Việt. Để nó Tôi tên là Long Đặng. My name is Long Đặng. Tôi tên là Long Đặng. Tôi ở Mobile Home ở San Jose.
Okay. My name is Long Đặng. I live in a mobile home park in San Jose.
20 năm. 20 năm.
For 20 years.
Tôi muốn hỏi là nếu chính phủ dẹp cái mobile home.
I just want to know if the government, the city government, want to remove the mobile home.
What should I do? Tôi sẽ làm gì?
What should I do?
No, this is quite the opposite.
Không nói gì. Không có. Để thank you very much. Không có gì cả. Nếu không có dẹp thì thôi. Nếu mà có trường hợp
Yeah.
If that is not the case, then it's not an issue.
It's not.
Thank
And
you.
we'll ask staff to clarify.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And do you mind translating for him what staff says here in just a moment? We're going to have staff just clarify this point of what this action would do, and do you mind just staying with him to translate that for him? You can step away from the podium unless you want to finish your 30 seconds.
So what do you want?
He's saying to
If you want to finish your comment, you can. Then I'm going to turn to staff to just clarify what vote we're taking, and if you would just make sure you translate that to this gentleman so he understands in real time what we're doing, that would be great. Did he have any other public comment, or was it just the question?
So anh có muốn nói gì thêm nữa?
Nếu mà trường hợp chính phủ bán ấy, không có.
Okay, biểu tới đây ngồi nghe thôi.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no more comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and we'll get a clarification from staff right now. Was that it, Tony, on public comments?
Yes, for this item.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Chris, or whomever's best positioned on staff, could we just get a very quick summary of what this action would take and just make sure that's clear for everyone listening?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Justin Daniels, Supervising Planner for this project. And these general plan amendments are an added layer of protection for our mobile home park communities. The majority of our mobile home parks have a general plan designation that is not mobile home park. So by doing a general plan amendment to these mobile home parks helps preserve the mobile home parks. So the parks aren't being sold or redeveloped. It's just an added layer of protection for them.
Great. Okay. Hopefully that's being translated for the member of the public, and everybody online hopefully is clear on what action we'd be taking. Okay, great. Come back to council. We'll start with Councilor Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. Long time coming. Very, very excited about this, and obviously goes quite what we're doing here goes contrary to what the gentleman thinks. We're actually trying to preserve mobile home parks. I had a question specifically about a mobile home park in my district. It's called Magic Sands. It's a fairly large mobile home park right off Blossom Hill Road. I was approached recently by a gentleman who purchased I think he's already closed on the property, purchased the property right, it seems to be connected to Magic Sands, right off Blossom Hill Road. And he purchased the property, but it seems like even that open piece of land that used to be a gas station, for example, now has a mobile home park designation, is his idea. And so what I'm curious about is one, if you are familiar with that, and if you can help enlighten me as to what that situation is, and what we're doing. What I'm curious about, a broader question, is as we go through and change the land use designation, how are we making certain that other parcels of land that sort of close to mobile home parks aren't sort of being taken into that designation, thus prohibiting them from developing them into other amenities that can serve the residents?
Yeah, sure. There was another property close to another mobile home site on Monterey that I thought you were talking about, and that has a mobile home park zoning, but a general plan of mixed-use commercial, which can be rezoned to mixed-use commercial because it is just a vacant lot with a house on it. The one that your question about, you said there's existing gas?
No, it used to be.
Oh, it used to be a gas
And so
station.
it was removed many, many years ago. It's just a vacant piece of dirt in front of the Magic Sands mobile home community. And so he purchased that, hoping to redevelop it. And now the applicant's telling me, oh, I purchased the property because I want to redevelop it, put a gas station again. But now it's being changed, or it has been changed. And because this is coming before us now, I guess it hasn't been changed formally. But
If the property is not a mobile home park, then we wouldn't be doing a general plan amendment or rezoning for the mobile home park. I'm not sure if it's connected to maybe our rezonings, our Senate Bill 1333 rezonings potentially.
Maybe that's what it was.
Because I'm working on both of those, so that project as well.
Okay.
So
all right.
We can look into that and
okay.
See what's going on with
yeah,
that.
Please. Lucas in my office, I've directed him to work on that. So if someone from your team can reach out to him, just
yeah, they can reach out.
If he hasn't already reached out, we're just curious to figure out exactly what happened and how we can be of assistance to the gentleman. But anyway.
Yeah, for sure. I'd be happy to help him.
Cool. Thank you so much. And I'll wait for Councilmember Foley to make the motion.
Great. Councilmember Foley?
This is really exciting to see this come through. It's been a few years that we've been working on this, and I want to credit Jill Borders and Martha O'Connell for pushing this through and pushing us to react and change the zoning on all of these mobile home parks to really protect them for occupancy, for the residents' occupancy, and not tear them down or cause the tenants to, or the owners of the units to move out. So I want to thank you for finishing up this project, and thank you, Jill and Martha, for being inspiration. Martha drove me a lot on this issue in the very beginning, and I'm so glad to see it to fruition at this point. So thank you. And with that, I make the motion to approve it.
Second.
Great. Thank you. Councilor Cohen?
Yeah, thank you. As the representative with the largest mobile home park in the city of San Jose, and also one of the other largest, the largest, which is Silicon Valley Village, used to be called West Winds, was sort of the test case for this in the first place when they were at risk. We went through this with them, but it's about time that we do this for the other mobile home parks in the city. We have many large ones across the city, so I'm appreciative that we're getting to this stage, and it'll help the residents of our mobile home parks sleep easier, knowing that we as a city are now committed to this as one of the key elements in our overall housing plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor. Councilor Dewan?
I just want to say thank you to Pam Foley and Martha for working on this. And in District 7, I do have quite a bit of mobile home park as well. And many, many residents have reached out, and we're talking about this land use and be able to protect our mobile home park from being sold and protect the resident from being pushed out of the mobile home park. I just want to say thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councilor Dewan. I think there's wide support on the council. That's a good moment, and one that's been a long time coming. I don't see any other hands, so let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Wonderful. Thanks, everybody. Thank you to staff. Okay, we're on to the final agendized item, which is item 10.3 on emergency residential shelters, and we do have a staff presentation.
Good evening. I'm Michelle Flores, Supervising Planner in the Planning Department. This project before you is for Emergency Residential Shelter Zoning Code Update. So in 2017, the state of California passed SB 2 requiring local agencies to plan for and identify at least one zoning district where emergency residential shelters are allowed as a permitted use without a discretionary permit. So to comply with this requirement, the City of San Jose established the Combined Industrial Commercial Zoning District, which allows emergency residential shelters with 50 or fewer beds by right. Housing element law requires that cities and counties identify zoning districts to provide sufficient sites to accommodate the need for emergency shelters, and the need for emergency residential shelters is based off the capacity necessary to accommodate our most recent homeless point-in-time count conducted before the start of the housing element planning period. Due to COVID, our latest housing element used the 2019 count of persons experiencing homelessness. So in 2019, there were 6,097 people experiencing homelessness. In our housing element, we identified 89 parcels in the combined industrial commercial zoning districts with 50 or fewer beds were permitted by right. So these 89 sites provided a capacity of 4,450 beds, giving us a deficit of 1,647 beds. Since we did not meet the sufficient capacity to meet needs, we were required to include a program in our housing element to address this and amend our zoning ordinance to meet capacity within 1 year of adoption of the housing element. So in 2022, AB 2339 revised the requirements of the housing element to require the identification of one or more zoning districts that allow residential uses, including mixed use, where emergency residential shelters are permitted by right. Emergency residential shelters are currently allowed in other zoning districts, including ones that allow for residential, but they are not permitted by right since they require a use permit, and therefore they cannot be counted towards our capacity needs or the zoning district requirements. And our 1 year deadline to complying with the identification of the zoning districts and site capacity is June 20th, 2024. In 2023, the city conducted its count of number of persons experiencing homelessness. The most recent number is 6,266, so that increased our capacity, our deficit up to 1,816 shelter beds. So in addition to identifying zoning districts, AB 2339 includes other revisions to state housing element law. So first, it specifies that emergency residential shelters includes other interim interventions, including but not limited to navigation centers, bridge housing, and respite or recuperative care. It also includes prescribed standards for the identification of zoning districts. So to meet capacity, we are using vacant sites. And in order to comply with AB 2339, the key part in meeting our capacity is that only the number of beds that are permitted without a discretionary use permit can be counted towards our capacity. So anything that currently or does require a use permit cannot be counted to meet that capacity. And then finally, AB 2339 limits emergency residential shelters to be reviewed against objective standards listed in AB 2339. So this includes maximum number of beds, length of stay, on-site management, sufficient parking, lighting, and security. So in order to meet these requirements, we are proposing the following zoning code updates. We are updating the definition of emergency residential shelters to reference Government Code 65583. So this will align our zoning code with state law to include other interventions as listed in AB 2339. And to meet this capacity, we are updating 9 zoning districts to allow emergency residential shelters with 100 or fewer beds permitted by right. So as previously mentioned, these zoning districts already allowed emergency residential shelters, but with a special use or conditional use permit. However, since they didn't allow beds as a permitted use, they could not be counted towards this capacity. So allowing 100 beds by right increases our total bed capacity to 6,350. And these proposed updates are only applicable to sites in zoning districts that are outside of the airport influence area. In order to meet our statutory deadline, we split our proposed changes into 2 phases. The first phase meets the minimum requirements of AB 2339. However, we plan to continue to work on the following proposed changes as part of phase 2. So 1, we will work on expanding the definition of emergency residential shelters to allow multiple buildings. Currently, our definition of emergency residential shelters was created with the idea of a single building, which were typically used for congregate shelters. Although a single building can be designed to accommodate non-congregate shelters through like private rooms, the definition would further facilitate tiny cabins, modular buildings, and other designs for non-congregate shelters. And then, although our current objective standards will meet the standards of AB 2339, during our outreach and research, we found that the current length of stay requirements limits the operation of these shelters. So in phase 2, we are looking to increase the maximum length of stay, which is currently 60 days. And then we will also be adding permitted beds by right to the downtown commercial zoning district. Currently, it requires a conditional use permit. And then we will be taking all of the sites within the airport influence area to the Airport Land Use Commission to allow those sites to have a process by right. And so to summarize, as of the latest survey performed in 2023, there are 6,266 persons experiencing homelessness that we need to identify capacity for. We currently have 4,450 beds. The proposed changes would increase our capacity by 1,900 beds for a total of 6,350. Therefore, with these proposed changes, we would meet the minimum requirements to comply with housing element law. And then since the posting of the agenda, staff has updated the ordinance by replacing the ordinance with the red line version to show the proposed changes specific to this project. And so staff recommends the City Council adopt the ordinance of amending the various sections of Title 20 for emergency residential shelters.
Great, thank you. Let's see if we have any public comment first.
I have Manuel Salazar and Christopher West. Come on down.
Great. Hello, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Manuel Salazar, and I am the Planning and Production Associate with SV at Home. I'm here today to express my support for Agenda Item 10.3, which proposes amendments to various sections of Title 20 of San Jose Municipal Code related to emergency residential shelters. First, as noted, this ordinance is crucial for our city to comply with the state law, specifically Assembly Bill 2339 and Assembly Bill 2176. These bills mandate the creation of adequate shelter facilities and the declaration of emergency shelter crisis by aligning our zoning code with these state requirements. San Jose demonstrates its commitment to adhering to the state's latest housing mandates. The changes to sections 2030-100 through 2070-100 allow emergency residential shelters with 100 beds or fewer by right through a streamlined ministerial approval process. This is just efficiency and makes sense as we move into improved systems. There are already land use designations that allow shelters to alternative shelter solutions. What is changing is the process, not where these are used or allowed.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Christopher West, Mayor and Council. I'm not quite sure if this is under the agenda, but this is pertaining to the state law and residents at the emergency interim housing. Under the BHC guidelines that you put out for the emergency interim housing to follow, it clearly states that there are three minimal requirements. One of them is you can't be a convicted arson, or you cannot be a registered sex offender. It's just unfortunate that Home First has placed registered sex offenders with us at the Arena Hotel, which makes it unsuitable for us to reach services. Furthermore, they're in violation of state law, which has certain registered community members that are within 2,000 feet of apart with no children. I've tried to express my concern to Home First, and their silence is acquiescence of the situation.
Thank you. That's your time.
That's my time. That's all I gotta say. That's a copy of the lawsuit that I filed.
Back to council.
Okay, thank you, Tony. All right, coming back to the council, Councilor Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. There is a memo out, the mayor, Vice Mayor Kamei, and myself prepared. And really, the crux of it is that the report indicates that a CUP could cost almost about $25,000, require about seven-month review timeline or longer, and significantly hinders the creation of desperately needed emergency shelter. And so that's why the memo, essentially what it does is approves the staff's recommendation with modifications to increase the maximum number of beds to 150 before requiring a conditional use permit. So I'll move the memo.
Great, thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Dewan?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, to create more beds for unsheltered residents. I would like to thank my staff member, Christina Mai and Grace Collender, for their hard work and dedication to finding and sorting through the staff memorandum and draft ordinance, and noticing it was incomplete. Without their hard work, we would not have known about that the red line ordinance was not included. Thank you to PBCE staff, Jared, for acknowledging this issue and updating the agenda with the appropriate documentation this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Candelas?
No, thank you. I have a question for staff. I know in the my colleagues' memo that is the recommendations for 150 beds. In the staff report, the original recommendation the staff was considering was for 150 beds, but bumped it down to 100. Can you maybe clarify and provide a little bit more insight as to that recommendation?
Yes, so we did look at 150. However, in our community meeting, there were some concerns. So we went with the minimum that was just needed to comply with state law. And then we were going to look as part of the second phase to continue to look and going up to that 150.
So what kind of concerns? Because it also states that Home First, Life Moves, Destination Home provided comments on those concerns. Could you provide a little bit more clarity?
Yeah, I think we were just trying to strike the right balance. I mean, I think, the over 100 is, in our recommendation is permitted through the use permit, and I think that we feel there is a certain point with a certain, where there should be some operational considerations given, and the appropriate place for that is through the use permit process. So, I mean, we're not opposed to the 150, but I think we were just trying to strike the right balance, and so it wasn't an exact science, but we were trying to.
I understand, scaling obviously is more cost effective for several reasons and the trade-offs on that. But, I know there was some concerns from the Planning Commission based on community pushback and or the ability to actually have a voice in that process. What kind of community engagement and or community opportunity to provide feedback on a ministerial approval process is there?
So with the ministerial process, there is no requirement for a community meeting, and there wouldn't be a public hearing. So requiring that conditional use permit allows the opportunity, if it's a project of high interest, to have a community meeting and then also have public feedback at a public meeting.
Got it. Okay, so there is none. But I appreciate the balance of striking the need to strike a balance in our requirements. That's why I was originally really supportive of the staff recommendation and gave me pause to increase to 150 on the scale based on some concerns that I've heard from folks. And so that being said, I can't in good conscience support the 150 bump up, but I appreciate our urgency to try to meet the mandates under the housing element. But giving our local control beyond what we're required by law, I think is not something to take lightly, and something that we should strive to do as city leaders. And so, I appreciate the opportunity for any kind of engagement with our neighborhoods and our residents, and not forego that for that, and it's the right balance. But I think it's more important to be able to have residents and our neighbors have an avenue or mechanism to provide that feedback. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Councilmember Candelas. I will just note, I think it's hard to find the right balance. And so whether it's 100 or 150, I bias toward the 150 number. We're moving forward via Deloro at 150. I think it's worth noting that adding that CUP requirement can add 7 months to the timeline and an additional $25,000 just in application costs. So at a time when we're trying to really rapidly accelerate solutions, given that we have a number of sites that are at 150 or higher already, I think that being able to streamline is important, but also appreciate Councilor Candelas' point about wanting to ensure community input. Why don't we, I'll stand by the motion on the floor, but let's keep going. Councilor Batra.
Could you bring that page up where you're showing the different zoning districts? So with that zoning district which you're showing there, any of them, anybody can build 100 units interim housing on it, or they will get the ministerial approval for it.
That is correct.
All right. And these are obviously private properties, right?
Yes.
Okay. So today, is there a minimum requirement for it, that the property has to be of this size, or maximum size on it?
No, so AB 2339 limits the objective standards that we can use to review a permit, and that is not one of them. So there's no minimum or maximum size for lots.
So if there is a school site with 10 acres on it, somebody wants to build 100 interim housing units, which will only take a part of the 10 acres, that would be ministerial approval for it.
Yes, and so it would be 100 beds, and that would be in a singular building, so it wouldn't be multiple buildings.
But they wouldn't need to do any parcel dividing, right?
No, it would be a single parcel.
The parcel can stay as is. Temporarily, they can go and put the interim housing with the ministerial approval.
Yes, and it could also be conversion of an existing building.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's see any other hands. Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes 10-1, and I'm waiting the no vote from Candelas.
Okay, thank you. We are on to open forum. Thank you all for a productive meeting. Open forum is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on city business that was not on today's agenda. Tony, do we have any comment cards?
Srija Pavaluri, and it looks like Chris West left. But if he is up there where I don't see him, he can come on down as well.
Hi, Council. Good evening. My name is Srija Pavaluri, and I'm the Government Affairs and Policy Associate at Toronto Wireless, a tech startup headquartered in the Bay Area. Our singular goal is to help bridge the digital divide for families and communities around the world. Over the past 4 years, we have learned more than ever that vital role of our frontline hospital and healthcare workers, all putting our health before their own throughout the COVID-19 crisis. In recognition of their selfless work, our partner, clean energy company Bloom Energy, hosted the inaugural Stars and Strides Community Run and Walk 3 years ago, and together we've raised nearly $1 million to benefit the Valley Health Foundation. Tonight, I'm inviting you to join me to build on our success on June 29th for our 4th annual Bloom Energy and Toronto Wireless Stars and Strides Community Run and Walk to support and celebrate our frontline hospital workers and the 1 million local patients they serve.
Great, thank you. Thank you all, we're adjourned.